down and would be in denial. And on the '04 reunion, it was horrible. He was in really bad shape.
Imagine being on top of the world with your band, untouchable, selling out arenas, ruling radio, then letting ego blow it all up so badly that you fire the face of the group, your own lead singer. They say, "We're going to go our own ways." There are tears, hugs, and then he walks out the door. 2 weeks later, you open Rolling Stone and read him calling you an in print. That's not just drama, that's war. And instead of backing down, you double down. New singer, brand new sound, total reinvention, risky, absolutely. But somehow it worked, at least for a while. So how does a band survive chaos like that? Simple. They played it smart before the storm ever hit. Early on, Van Halen almost got trapped in a nightmare deal. When they were just starting out, hungry and desperate to make it, they signed one of the worst contracts imaginable with Warner Brothers. The label could renew them every 2 years on the same terrible terms for life. No upgrades, no leverage, just locked in forever. The band wanted success so badly they signed whatever was put in front of them. No pushback, no negotiation. After their first tour, everything changed. They brought in a new manager, Noel Monk, who had been grinding with them as road manager. Monk looked at that contract and knew it was a setup. Brought in a new manager, Noel Monk, who had been grinding with them as road manager. Monk looked at that contract. Monk flooded Warner Brothers with endless paperwork, non-stop royalty demands, accounting requests, formal letters, just wave after wave of official pressure. It was relentless. The executives were drowning in documents and getting irritated fast. But that was the play. Monk was betting the label would get so overwhelmed and frustrated that they'd miss the deadline to renew the contract. And guess what? They did. Warner Brothers failed to renew on time because they were buried in the paperwork storm Monk created. That tiny slip changed everything.
Like I said, when I said at the reunion, when I came in and I saw him, he was in such bad shape, and he said, "You all right, man?" I'm going, "Yeah, what's the matter?" He's going, "You look a little beat up." Here's this guy's got...
Monk then met with Mo Austin and calmly let him know their biggest act was now a free agent. Power move. Just like that, Van Halen wasn't stuck in a one-sided lifetime trap anymore. They were free, wealthy, and finally in control of their business. But freedom came with pressure. Now the label could choose whether to accept or reject their next album. The band had to prove they were still a powerhouse. The difference? By this point, Van Halen was unstoppable. If Warner passed, another label would grab them instantly. They weren't begging anymore. They were in demand. That shift gave them serious leverage to renegotiate royalties and better terms. Behind the scenes, though, tension had always been simmering between Eddie Van Halen and David Lee Roth. From day one, their personalities clashed. Eddie was the quiet genius, obsessed with sound and perfection. Roth was the spotlight magnet, the master of showmanship, the loud voice steering interviews and wild stage moments. Roth knew Eddie was a musical machine, but he also knew how to control the narrative. He became the frontman, the spokesperson, the architect of the band's outrageous image. As Van Halen's fame shot through the roof, so did Roth's ego. The bigger the crowds got, the more he started acting like he was the band, like he was even above Eddie himself. He pushed harder to control the direction, and backing him up was producer Ted Templeman. Then came Diver Down, and that's when the cracks really started showing. After the Fair Warning tour, which highlighted Eddie's insane guitar skills but didn't hit huge sales numbers, the label wanted a summer smash, fast. So they dropped a cover of Pretty Woman, and it exploded. The label smelled money and demanded a full album. But during the Diver Down sessions, Roth's presence kept growing. On stage, off stage interviews, he was turning himself into the main event. That didn't sit right with the Van Halen brothers at all. They saw the ego getting out of control. So when it was time to record 1984, Eddie took full command. He built his own studio in his backyard and started crafting tracks on his own terms. He leaned heavy into synthesizers, something Roth and Templeman pushed back on.
Some teeth missing. He's looking. I thought he was, Ed, you need, like, are you okay? You know. Yeah. And he says that to me, and I'm thinking, geez. And then he goes, hey, give me a hug.
They believed fans only wanted blazing guitar solos, but Eddie had the keys to the studio, literally, and he wasn't asking for permission. The gamble paid off big time. 1984 was a monster success, proving Eddie's instincts were dead on. Meanwhile, Roth was getting restless. While 1984 was still developing, he was mapping out a solo career and even flirting with movie ideas. He truly believed he was bigger than Van Halen. That mindset only grew after Eddie's famous guitar solo on Michael Jackson's Beat It made waves worldwide. The question got louder: whose band was it really, Roth's or the Van Halen brothers? But when the band carries your last name, the answer starts looking obvious. When the split finally came, it wasn't shocking who stayed and who walked. Things shifted for bassist Michael Anthony, too. During this period, Eddie began playing many of the bass parts himself. Michael would show up at the studio only to realize Eddie and Alex had already mapped everything out. Even the bass lines Michael recorded often got reworked later. There were stories that Eddie and engineer Don Landy would stay up late into the night tweaking tracks endlessly, reshaping bass parts to fit Eddie's vision. Eddie preferred simple, steady bass under his solos, especially at that time. And since Michael wasn't heavily involved in songwriting, his pay structure changed too. He earned less moving forward. He stayed loyal and kept doing his job, but over time, even he would reach his limit. Now came the impossible task, replacing David Lee Roth. The band auditioned several singers. Eric Martin tried out. So did Jimmy Barnes and Patti Smith. They even reached out to Daryl Hall, who basically shut it down with a polite no. Nothing clicked at first. Then fate stepped in through pure coincidence. Eddie's mechanic was working on Eddie's Lamborghini and Sammy Hagar's Ferrari at the same shop. When Eddie spotted the Ferrari, he asked whose it was. The mechanic said it belonged to Sammy Hagar and casually suggested Eddie give him a call. Just like that, Eddie got Sammy's number and phoned him right from the shop floor. No big corporate meeting, no dramatic setup, just a random connection that changed rock history. Ed Loeffler stepped in to manage Van Halen, and he moved smart and fast. He saw the power play right away. A free agent band with a nearly finished album is a label's dream. Loeffler used that leverage to lock in a strong new deal. He also helped Sammy Hagar break free from his old record contract so he could fully commit to Van Halen. That kind of behind-the-scenes hustle changed everything. 5150 marked a bold shift. With Roth out, Sammy officially took the frontman role, and the vibe flipped overnight. The title 5150 wasn't random. It's the California Police Code for a mentally disturbed person, and it was also the name of Eddie's home studio where the magic happened. From day one, Hagar and the band clicked hard. The chemistry felt real, not forced. The recording sessions kicked off in July 1985 and were intense from start to finish. 3 straight months in the studio, wrapping up just 1 month before the March 1986 release. Pressure was high. At one wild moment, engineer Don Landy reportedly locked himself inside and threatened to burn the tapes. Total chaos. Thankfully, things cooled down and the work continued. Ted Templeman was no longer producing, though he did help with track sequencing. Instead, foreigner guitarist Mick Jones stepped in as producer. Jones helped polish the band's evolving sound, steering it toward a slicker, more radio-friendly style. You can hear it clearly on keyboard-driven tracks like Love Walks In and Dreams. The mix changed, too. Eddie's guitar wasn't panned hard left like before. It sat more centered and balanced. His tone shifted as well, cleaner, sharper, with hints of chorus and more digital texture. And those keyboards, way more up front. Some longtime fans weren't thrilled. They preferred the raw, organic guitar setups from the early days. To them, the digital effects felt like a downgrade, but the updated sound matched the band's new direction perfectly. It was calculated, modern, and built for big stages. Sammy's approach was different, too. He often improvised lyrics on the spot while jamming with the band. Despite all the pressure surrounding the new lineup, the studio energy was surprisingly fun. They worked song by song, building each track carefully, with Hagar cutting vocals right there in the room. On the vinyl version of 5150, the phrase "play me loud" is etched just under the label, a bold statement. The album cover sent a message as well. It features an Art Deco version of Atlas holding a mirrored sphere, along with a redesigned Van Halen logo. It symbolized a new era. No instrumental tracks this time. That alone set it apart from earlier albums. The songs were longer, too, with "Why Can't This Be Love" being the only track under 4 minutes. When Warner executives finally came to hear the album, the band didn't even play the full record. They performed "Why Can't This Be Love" live in the studio instead. That was enough. Right then, Chairman Mo Ostin reportedly said, "I smell money." And he was right. Van Halen went all in on the new era. Most of the Roth era tracks were cut from the set list, and instead they packed the shows with 5,150 songs, a few Sammy solo hits, and some tight cover tracks. It was a clear message. This was a different band now. Sammy's favorite track from the album was "Dreams." He credited producer Mick Jones for pushing them to record it. That song later took on a life of its own, landing on movie soundtracks and even becoming John Kerry's presidential campaign theme in 2004. Fun fact, the album's original working title was "Best of Both Worlds." That almost became the name before they locked in 5150. Imagine that twist. Eddie handled most of the bass parts on the album, keeping his grip tight on the sound. And in a wild crossover moment, the U.S. Navy Blue Angels used 5150 as their entrance music during flight demonstrations in the late 80s. That's stadium energy in the sky. At first, critics were split on the album. Some weren't sure about the new direction. But over time, 5150 earned respect as one of Van Halen's most focused and cohesive records. The tour, though, was limited to North America. The stage setup was massive and heavy, making overseas dates complicated. Plus, Sammy wanted to lock in his place with American fans first. The first leg hit the U.S. hard, with Canada added later. Fans were divided. Supporters of the new lineup made their voices loud at shows, often chanting, "Dave" in unity. The set lists showed a pattern that would define the Hagar era. Very few pre-Hagar tracks made the cut. Sammy only agreed to perform the biggest classics from that time, and he flat out refused to sing "Jump." He openly said Dave's lyrics were pretty much crap, and he wanted no part of it. When they did play it, the crowd handled the vocals while the band performed it instrumentally. Sometimes it even turned into a guitar duel between Eddie and Sammy, a regular highlight of the show. They closed most nights with Led Zeppelin's Rock and Roll, sending crowds home buzzing. Canadian rock names like BTO, Loverboy, and Kim Mitchell opened select dates in places like Rochester and Niagara Falls and joined for major outdoor stadium runs across North America. But the tour wasn't all smooth sailing. Manager Ed Leffler was hospitalized in Texas after an incident in a hotel elevator. Around the same time, Eddie's wife, Valerie Bertinelli, suffered a miscarriage during the tour. Reports say Eddie hadn't even known about the pregnancy until it was too late. Heavy moments like that hung over the chaos. Still, the numbers were massive. Sammy said they were selling records faster than they could press them. Every show was sold out. One major highlight was the second night at the New Haven Coliseum. It was filmed and broadcast live on TV, later released on VHS as Live Without a Net. That performance locked in the legitimacy of the new lineup. Before the final show at the Cow Palace on November 3rd, 1986, things got wild backstage. Eddie cut his hair into a braided rat tail. Alex shaved his head completely. The story goes everyone was supposed to shave their heads by the end of the tour. Michael Anthony didn't have much hair to begin with, and Sammy backed out at the last minute. By 1988, the band dropped the highly anticipated follow-up, OU812. The title came from Sammy spotting OU812 printed on the side of a delivery truck and laughing at how it looked. The band loved it and scrapped their earlier idea to call the album Bone at the last second. The songs came together fast and naturally through jam sessions. The lead single, When It's Love, was born when Sammy heard Eddie on piano and Alex on drums working through a part. Sammy jumped in, freestyling lyrics on the spot. By the time they hit the studio, the track was fully locked in. Cabo Wabo came straight from Sammy's experiences in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Meanwhile, Finish What You Started grew out of a late-night jam at Sammy's house with Eddie. That track showed a different side of Eddie's playing, clean, sharp, almost chicken-picking style. The solo section breaks down instead of exploding, which gave it a unique vibe. Overall, OU812 leaned more into a polished pop feel. Some fans felt the production sounded dated compared to earlier records, which had a more timeless edge. When It's Love carried a similar emotional tone to Love Walks In, but the textures were smoother and more radio-ready. It was another clear step in the band's evolution, and not everyone was ready for it. The music drops out, and Eddie slides into this old-school country-flavored lick that nobody saw coming. It was fresh, unexpected, and proof he was still swinging big. By this point, the band had mastered the art of writing catchy hooks, and they stacked them all over this record. Mine All Mine hinted at a heavier, more intense direction, the kind of sound that would later show up on For Unlawful, Carnal, Knowledge, and Balance. It had a driving groove, layered harmonies in low and high octaves, and a sharp modern edge. Black and Blue became a fan favorite during the Van Hagar years. It had that laid-back but gritty groove, a super catchy main riff, and Eddie absolutely tearing up the fretboard during the solo. On the flip side, Sammy later admitted he regretted the goofy lyrics to Source of Infection, saying he drunkenly improvised them in the studio. That loose vibe wasn't new, though. Inside, from the previous album, carried similar chaotic energy. Feels So Good leaned heavy into pop territory. It was a little glossy, and not everyone in the band loved it. Mostly Sammy and Eddie stood behind that one. But then there's the real curveball, Apolitical Blues. That track went full dive bar mode, gritty, distant room mic sound, raw and smoky like they were jamming in some back alley club. It showed a side of Sammy people didn't expect, stripped down, rough around the edges, and real. Honestly, an entire album in that gritty style would have been wild. Even though the album had uneven moments, it proved how tight they were as a unit. The chemistry with Sammy was still strong, and they weren't afraid to experiment. To support OU812, they jumped onto the massive 1988 Monsters of Rock US tour, and the lineup was stacked. Metallica was on the bill, fresh off, and Justice for All, and it was their first tour since the tragic loss of bassist Cliff Burton. Fans were watching closely as Jason Newsted stepped into the role. The Scorpions, Dokken, and Kingdom Come rounded it out. Metallica was in peak form. Kingdom Come, though, caught heat for sounding a lot like Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti era. Some critics didn't hold back. The band claimed they weren't influenced by Zeppelin, which only made the comparisons louder. Years later, people softened on them. Timing was part of the issue. Zeppelin's final release had only been 6 years earlier. The resemblance felt too close for comfort. Decades later, Greta Van Fleet would pull off a similar Zeppelin-inspired sound with smoother public reaction. The Monsters of Rock tour featured a custom-built stage, huge lighting rigs, and massive sound systems. Promoter LSMSA pitched the idea of a 5-band summer tour, and Van Halen jumped in. But here's the twist. It was insanely expensive. Despite some strong attendance nights, other dates struggled. Weekday shows during the school year didn't help either. Financially, the tour didn't hit like they hoped. During a show in East Troy, Sammy took a bad fall during the opening song and fractured his tailbone. That's brutal, but he powered through and finished the set anyway. That's road dog energy. Then in March 1991, big personal news hit. Eddie and Valerie welcomed their son Wolfgang. And it was clear early on that music ran in his veins. He got into drums fast, even taking lessons from Uncle Alex. He picked up anything he could play and locked into it naturally. As he grew up, he showed he could replicate his father's feel and tone with scary accuracy. Not imitation, real instinct. Next came for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, or Chakos for short. Sammy Hagar was fed up with censorship and wanted a bold title, something that pushed back. Then boxer Ray Boom Boom Mancini, a friend of Sammy's, claimed the word "BO" was actually an acronym for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. That story wasn't true, but Sammy liked it and rolled with it anyway. The name stuck and the attitude matched. This record hit harder than the previous one. The band brought in ambient room mics, and you could finally feel how massive Alex Van Halen's drums were in the studio. Alex had been chasing that deep, punchy bottom-end tone for years, and on this album, he nailed it. He was intense in the studio, constantly pushing engineers to get the exact sound he heard in his head. It drove people crazy at times, but the results were undeniable. Ted Templeman returned as producer, and Andy Johns came in for production and engineering. Don Landy stayed involved too, handling the mastering. Andy Johns locked in Michael Anthony's bass tone perfectly, carving out space in the mix so the low end really thumped. Sammy, though, wasn't a fan of working with Andy. He stayed close to Ted, who gave him freedom in the vocal booth and didn't over-direct him. This album also marked a major gear shift for Eddie. He stepped away from his old Marshall Superlead amp and switched to a Soldano SLO 100 from 1989. He also brought in what would later evolve into the 5150 series amps. The guitar tone on this record is next level. Clean, powerful, blending the grit of early Van Halen with the polish of the newer era. It's one of his best recorded tones, period. On Pound Cake, Eddie brought out the power drill again, turning a construction tool into a wild guitar effect. It was creative and unpredictable. Then there's 316, the instrumental, a beautiful, emotional piece named after his son Wolfgang's birthday, March 16th. Eddie had been playing the melody before Wolfgang was born, but he officially dedicated it to him on this album. It's soft, heartfelt, and totally different from the heavy tracks around it. Top of the World became a huge hit. The wild part? Its main chord progression actually came from the fade-out section of Jump. Before that, a similar riff had even appeared tacked on to Dance the Night Away. 3 songs, 1 recycled idea. Eddie had a genius way of reworking riffs and flipping them into something fresh. Some of their biggest moments came from that creative recycling. Instead of leaning heavily on synthesizers this time, Eddie focused more on real piano sounds. That choice gave the album a more timeless feel compared to the glossy vibe of the previous 2 records. It felt grounded and strong. Judgment Day is straight-up hard rock, serious, aggressive, no fluff. Spanked gets gritty with a low-tuned guitar and funky accents from Eddie. The groove feels tight and dirty in a way that locks you in. It even brings back some of that swagger from Drop Dead Legs. Once it starts, you're stuck in it. On Pleasure Dome, Eddie shows just how sharp of a shredder he really was. His picking is clean, precise, and lightning fast. No effects hiding anything, just raw skill. Then Man on a Mission swings back into that confident Van Halen bounce, but with a twist. The intro feels like blues chaos before snapping into full strut mode. Eddie was on fire during this period. Right Now became one of the defining tracks of the Hagar era. Piano-driven but still powered by guitar, it showcased both sides of Eddie's musicianship. Alex's drums hit with just enough force to make it explosive without overwhelming the melody. It was big, bold, and emotional all at once. For many fans of the Hagar years, this album is the peak. It won the 1992 Grammy for Best Hard Rock Performance with Vocal. Like 1984 before it, and the band's earlier classics, it felt consistent from start to finish. No weak links, no filler. The free show in Dallas was supposed to be big, but nobody expected nearly 60,000 people to flood the West End. Back in 1988, Sammy had promised a Texas crowd he'd make it up to them after cutting a Texas jam set short because of a sore throat. Sammy took pride in being a man of his word. 3 years later, he paid that debt in full. And Texas showed up loud, rowdy, and out of control. The crowd surged hard. People got knocked down, and one woman suffered a broken rib in the chaos. Thankfully, emergency crews were already on site and responded fast. Police incidents were surprisingly minor, only 3 arrests, but the damage was done financially. The concert ended up costing the band around $100,000. Everyone agreed Sammy kept his promise, but it was one expensive promise. At the time, it was the biggest event ever held in that part of Dallas. In 1992, across 2 shows, the band recorded Live, Right Here, Right Now. One interesting shift: Eddie wasn't handling as much keyboard live. Alan Fitzgerald from Night Ranger stepped in to cover those parts. But behind the scenes, cracks were forming again. By now, Sammy was feeling burned out. The band had been running non-stop since he joined. He and Michael Anthony were reaching their limits. Eddie and Alex didn't believe in slowing down, and that grind took a toll at home. Alex had already been married multiple times, and Eddie would later face serious marital struggles of his own. The non-stop pace wasn't sustainable. When they entered the studio again to record Balance, the atmosphere was tense. Eddie had quit drinking and was newly sober. Clear-headed and focused, he started writing a wave of new material. Around this same time, longtime manager Ed Leffler lost his battle with cancer. The band took it hard. According to Sammy, that loss was the real turning point. It shifted the chemistry permanently. They brought in a new manager, Ray Daniels, known for managing Rush. Sammy didn't trust him from the jump. He called around asking about Daniels and said the feedback he got wasn't good. Sammy claimed people warned him that bringing Daniels in would wreck the band, but Eddie and Alex pushed hard for him. Sammy also said Daniels had spoken negatively about Rush after working with them, suggesting they could have done better on pop radio with a different singer. That didn't sit right with Sammy at all. After decades of loyalty, hearing that kind of talk raised red flags. The distrust grew fast. Tensions boiled over. At one point, Sammy and Alex reportedly stood face to face, screaming, "You at each other." It nearly turned physical. The vibe was toxic. Another sticking point, Daniels allegedly secured a bigger management cut from Eddie and Alex than the band had paid previous managers. Sammy refused to agree to the same terms. He wasn't budging. Daniels even tried to smooth things over by calling Sammy to ask his thoughts about possibly managing the band Extreme. Sammy didn't buy it. He saw it as a weak move to win him over. Meanwhile, creative tensions between Sammy and Eddie were rising too. For years, Eddie had mostly let Sammy handle lyrics his own way, but during Balance, Eddie became far more critical and hands-on. That shift created friction. Despite all the drama, they delivered a strong record. Producer Bruce Fairbairn came in. He had a track record packed with major pop metal successes. Even with personal issues swirling and arguments over lyrics and direction, Eddie powered through completely sober. That alone changed the studio dynamic. Balance became the darkest album of the Hagar era, much like Fair Warning had been for the Roth years. The mood was heavier. more serious, less playful. Sammy later said that during the making of Balance, he already knew it was over. He felt like the band was preparing to move on without him. Eddie, on the other hand, suggested that sobriety gave him control over his life again, and that shift made some people uncomfortable. It changed power dynamics. Whether that was aimed directly at Sammy or not, the tension was real. The musicianship on Balance fully crystallized in its biggest moments. It wasn't quite as front-to-back consistent as Ulka, but when they locked in, they were unstoppable. The seventh seal kicks the door open with serious force. It's got that pound cake punch, but darker and sharper. Eddie's rhythm work is tight and heavy, and Sammy pushes his vocals way up into the high register like he's got something to prove. Can't Stop Lovin' You is pure Hook City. It follows that classic 1-4-5-6 progression that dominated late 80s radio. You can hear similar vibes in Kiss's Turn on the Night or 38 Special's If I'd Been the One. Some longtime fans thought it leaned too polished, maybe even a little glossy, but it worked. It paid the bills and climbed the charts. Then they swerved hard with Strung Out, total left field move. It dives into a tonal territory, almost experimental, showing they weren't afraid to get weird. After that, Doin' Time gives Alex a spotlight moment. The groove has a loose swagger, slightly nodding toward Bonham-style drum vibes from Zeppelin's Coda. That energy rolls right into Baluchitherium, slow, simmering, locked into a deep 4/4 groove. Honestly, this track feels like what an Eddie solo album might have sounded like. Moody, heavy, instrumental storytelling. Amsterdam stands tall as one of the album's strongest cuts. It's not begging to be a radio hit, but the chorus sticks in your head anyway. Alex crafted a unique syncopated beat, and Eddie layered complex guitar lines over the top. What's wild? Eddie had parts of that riff floating around since at least 1985. He was always digging into his vault and reshaping ideas. The album cover stirred some attention, too. It featured twins sitting on a seesaw, one pulling away. The only other Van Halen album with a child on the cover was 1984. And just like 1984 marked the end of one era, Balance quietly signaled the closing chapter of another lineup. Around this time, they also worked on the Twister soundtrack. Human's Being was the standout. The verses leaned almost full metal, but the chorus still carried that signature Van Halen hook. Michael Anthony's harmonies were huge on this one. Eddie's solo moved from melodic phrasing into flashes that almost echoed his Dreams tone, not his flashiest solo ever, but it fit perfectly. The tour supporting Balance got nicknamed the Ambulance Tour. Eddie coined it after dealing with hip issues while Alex battled neck injuries. Sammy was fighting the flu at one point, forcing a couple show cancellations. Alex even performed in a neck brace. Eddie couldn't bounce around like he used to, so he stayed planted more often. The grind was catching up to them. For the first time in years, Van Halen opened some overseas dates for Bon Jovi. In North America, they headlined with support from bands like Collective Soul, Skid Row, and Brother Kane. Then things took another wild turn. On April 17, 1995, a show in Oakland was canceled after Eddie was arrested at Burbank Airport for attempting to board a flight with a loaded .25 caliber handgun. He was used to charter flights with different rules. Commercial travel didn't play that way. Eddie later said he started carrying protection after dealing with strange situations over the years. He received probation and a fine, and that was that. But the headlines didn't help. Then came the final blow. On Father's Day in June 1996, Eddie called Sammy and told him he was out. According to Sammy, Eddie said they were disagreeing too much and that Sammy wasn't doing what he wanted creatively. Eddie also mentioned they were working with Roth again on new tracks for a greatest hits release. The message was clear. Sammy should move on and focus solo. Sammy later claimed the Van Halen brothers weren't thrilled about his solo success. His Cabo Wabo nightclub was booming, and his tequila brands shifted the power dynamic. Manager tensions made it worse. After Ed Loeffler passed, Ray Daniels stepped deeper into the picture. Sammy never trusted him. Daniels also had family ties connected to Alex's circle, which made things even more complicated. Allegedly, Daniels told Eddie and Alex that Sammy had secured a better financial cut on the Right Here, Right Now live album. That didn't sit well. There were also claims that Daniels suggested Sammy had a guaranteed solo deal lined up if he left. The brothers demanded repayment on certain shares and shut down the solo opportunity. Everything was unraveling fast. Sammy flew out to Hawaii. That's when Eddie made the call that ended it. Many fans believe if Ed Loeffler had still been alive, this version of Van Halen might have survived longer and delivered a few more albums before splitting. We'll never know. What we do know is this. When this lineup was firing on all cylinders, they created serious music. The talent was undeniable. The chemistry, when it worked, was powerful. But just like every Van Halen chapter, the music kept flowing, and so did the drama. And this sets up the next chapter in Eddie's life, where the story only gets deeper. If you made it this far, I appreciate you for real. Drop a comment and let me know your favorite Hagar-era track. Hit that like button so more rock fans can find this video. And if you haven't already, subscribe and join the family. I'll see you in the next video.
And he said, hey, he told Alex that we were together, and we talked for about maybe 15, 20 minutes. Nothing about music or anything, just about
life.
Just about life.
When Michael Anthony suddenly stepped away from Van Halen, the whole rock world went crazy with questions. People whispered about drama, secret fights, and broken loyalty behind closed doors. Was the brotherhood done for good? Nobody had clear answers, but the vibe felt heavy, like something serious had gone down backstage. Even with all the noise, Michael never threw shade at his former bandmates. He kept it classy, stayed respectful, and kept moving with new bands all over the world. Fans stayed loyal on both sides, supporting Van Halen while also checking out Michael's new grind, thinking the split was just grown men chasing new chapters. But now, at 70 years old, Michael Anthony is finally speaking louder than ever. He decided it was time to let the truth fly about Eddie Van Halen. And what he revealed hits different. It's the kind of revelation that makes fans look back at the guitar icon in a whole new light. Long before the bright lights and backstage chaos, Michael's story started in a totally different lane, with a trumpet. That's right, rock wasn't even his first love. But at 13, rock and roll grabbed him hard and he switched paths fast. I wanted to be different from everyone else, he said. All my friends were playing guitar or drums, so I thought, why not try the bass? That one bold move changed everything. That choice pulled him straight into the orbit of two young brothers already shaking up Pasadena, Eddie and Alex Van Halen. Then they were running wild under the name Mammoth, blowing up school dances and tiny clubs with raw sound and fearless energy. The buzz around them was real, and everybody could feel they were building something big. Then came the night that flipped the script for good. Michael's band and Mammoth were both booked for the same high school show. But right before Mammoth hit the stage, their whole PA system crashed. Their PA system broke down right before they were supposed to go on, Michael recalled. So I offered to let them use our equipment. It was just the decent thing to do, you know. That simple move spoke volumes. That moment stuck with the Van Halen brothers. When Mammoth's bassist, Mark Stone, later left the group, Eddie and Alex didn't forget the guy who stepped up, the dude with the strong backing vocals and solid vibe. They called Michael for a jam session, and the chemistry was instant.
Did you get a chance to talk to Eddie before he passed?
No, unfortunately, Eddie and I never had a chance to really, settle any differences that we had in the past or whatever.
It just clicked. Michael smiled. We started playing, and it felt like we'd been doing it for years. The connection was natural, no forcing it. With David Lee Roth bringing wild stage energy, Eddie setting his guitar on fire with every solo, Alex smashing the drums with power, and Michael locking in that deep, steady bass, Van Halen came alive. They weren't just another band trying to make noise. They were a unit, a tight crew ready to shake every stage they touched and leave crowds stunned. Those early days were magic, Michael later said. We were just four guys who loved playing music together. The fame, the money, the drama. None of that existed yet. It was pure. Back then, it wasn't about headlines or ego. It was about sound, sweat, and real connection. Then came the golden era, when Van Halen ruled Los Angeles and rock felt untouchable. The second they stepped onto the stage at the legendary Whiskey A Go-Go, the crowd lost it. Michael could feel the bass rumbling through his chest as they tore into that first song. Pure adrenaline, no filter. It was 1977, and even without a record deal, Van Halen was already the hottest name lighting up the L.A. scene. Then destiny kicked the door open. Producer Ted Templeman showed up to one of their gigs and got completely rocked by the wild energy pouring off that stage. He didn't hesitate for a second. He locked them in with Warner Brothers Records, launching what would turn into one of the biggest rock stories ever written. When their debut album Van Halen dropped in February 1978, it didn't just arrive, it exploded. Michael's deep pounding bass and those sky-high backing vocals became the hidden engine behind the band's sound. Tracks like Runnin' with the Devil and Ain't Talkin' 'Bout Love hit harder because of that steady backbone.
Awesome. The guy who took your job, you're friends now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've always been friends. I mean, you know, I think in Wolfie's mind, you know, and Eddie, he wanted to play with his son.
People always notice Eddie's guitar playing, as they should, said former manager Noel Monk. But what many don't realize is how Michael's bass and vocals were the glue holding everything together. Without that foundation, Eddie couldn't have flown as high as he did. That wasn't hype. That was facts. The album went on to sell more than 10 million copies in the U.S. alone. That kind of success didn't just open doors, it blew them off the hinges. Van Halen shot straight into rock royalty status. The venues got bigger, the lights brighter, and the crowds louder than ever. For Michael, this was the dream he had chased since he first picked up a bass, and now it was real. We were brothers back then, he said, his voice full of memory. We'd travel together, party together, create music together. It felt like nothing could stop us. Back then, it felt solid, like nothing could break that bond. And for a stretch of time, nothing did. Album after album, Van Halen 2, Women and Children First, Fair Warning, Diver Down, and the monster hit 1984, they kept stacking wins. When Jump dropped, it took over the planet. Radios blasted it non-stop. MTV ran the video on repeat, and the band looked unstoppable. Van Halen wasn't just successful, they were dominating the culture. But success doesn't come free. Behind the sold-out shows and flashing cameras, tension started creeping in. Creative differences got sharper, personalities clashed harder, and the pressure to outdo themselves every single time weighed heavy on everybody. The tight bond that once felt like steel started showing cracks. The golden shine was still there, but it wasn't as bright. Quiet storms were building backstage, and most fans had no idea how serious it was getting. The same unity that built the empire was slowly starting to shake. Then came 1984, the year everything shifted. The 1984 album turned them into global icons with massive tracks like Jump, Panama, and Hot for Teacher. On the outside, they were untouchable. But behind the curtains, something serious was unfolding. Something that would change Michael Anthony's place in the band forever. It was supposed to be another electric night on the 1984 tour, fans screaming, lights blazing, the band in full control. But backstage, the mood was different. Just hours before showtime, Michael was pulled aside by his own bandmates, and the energy felt off right away.
The way I kind of feel is that
Wolfgang probably wasn't excited really about being in Van Halen. That's why his band, he doesn't play any Van Halen, because he wants to carve out his own niche, you know?
Those papers were not basic tour forms or simple updates. They were contracts designed to cut Michael out of future songwriting credits and shrink his ownership in the Van Halen machine he helped build from scratch. Even colder, the deal reached backward, meaning he would lose royalties from the 1984 album, the same record he gave everything to in the studio. Backstage that night, the air felt heavy. Michael was staring at a choice that didn't feel like a real choice at all. "I had a choice to make," he admitted later, the memory still weighing on him. "Either sign away my rights or risk the entire tour. What was I supposed to do? Let down thousands of fans who'd already bought tickets?" That pressure was real, and the clock was ticking. Former manager Noel Monk later said he would have advised Michael not to sign if he had been there. But in that moment, Michael was standing face to face with his bandmates, papers in hand, eyes on him, waiting. The tension was thick. Feeling boxed in and outnumbered, he signed the documents. "It was like being told I was no longer an equal partner in something I helped build from nothing," Michael confessed. "It was devastating." That signature changed everything. The money he lost was no small amount. It meant millions in future royalties slipping away with just a few strokes of a pen. But the deepest cut was not the cash. It was the feeling of betrayal. "You know what hurt the most?" Michael later shared. "It was realizing that maybe I was never really seen as an equal in the band. After all those years playing side by side, they saw me as replaceable." That realization hit harder than any financial blow. That moment became a clear turning point. The unity that once powered the band forward started breaking apart from the inside. The brotherhood built on long rehearsals, cramped vans, and loud stages no longer felt solid. A crack had formed, and it was spreading fast. Still, Michael chose silence. He didn't run to the press or attack anyone publicly. "I never spoke about it at the time," he admitted. "I wanted to stay professional. The music was what mattered. The fans, the energy, that feeling on stage when everything just clicked. So I swallowed my pride and kept going." He kept showing up, kept playing hard, kept giving the crowd everything he had. But inside, the damage was locked in. Trust had been shaken. And once that foundation shifts, it is hard to reset it. Even as the tours continued and the fans kept cheering, something in the chemistry had changed for good. The tension was no longer invisible. It was sitting quietly in the background, waiting for the next spark. The betrayal planted in 1984 did not disappear. It grew quietly behind the scenes, building into something bigger than anyone expected. And soon, another shock would hit the band and flip the script all over again. In 1985, just after Michael signed that crushing contract, the next bomb dropped. David Lee Roth was out of the band. The flashy frontman who helped shape Van Halen's larger-than-life image was suddenly gone. Fans across the world were stunned. It felt like the end of a chapter that defined an entire era of rock. But the Van Halen brothers were not ready to fade away. They moved fast and brought in a new voice, Sammy Hagar, known as the Red Rocker. With his powerful vocals and strong stage presence, Sammy stepped in and the band shifted into a new form. Some fans started calling this era Van Hagar. Critics doubted it, saying nobody could match Roth's wild personality. But the band came back swinging and proved they still had fire in them. With Sammy Hagar on vocals, the band went on a serious winning streak. 4 straight #1 albums, 5150, OU 812 for Unlawful, Carnal Knowledge, and Balance, all smashing the charts and keeping Van Halen planted at the top of the rock game. Michael's smooth, high harmonies locked in perfectly with Sammy's gritty power, creating a sound that felt huge and refreshed. Their voices together became the heartbeat of this new chapter, and fans embraced it loud and proud. But behind the platinum records and sold-out arenas, things were not as shiny as they looked. The scars from the 1984 contract situation never truly faded. The tension, quiet resentment, and control issues kept bubbling under the surface. Every tour added more stress, every studio session carried unspoken pressure, and the vibe slowly grew heavier. By 1996, the strain was impossible to hide. The Hagar era ended in straight-up chaos, creative arguments, personal clashes, and frustration ripping through the group. Van Halen was now making headlines not just for monster riffs, but for constant lineup drama. The unity that once felt natural now felt forced. As the late 1990s rolled in, the relationship between Michael and Eddie, once built on trust and shared grind, started breaking down in public view. Eddie's comments shifted from friendly to distant, and then to openly critical. In interviews, Eddie even claimed he had to teach Michael every note he played. Those words landed heavy and didn't go unnoticed. That kind of statement cuts deep. It didn't just sting personally, it made fans question Michael's talent and role in the band. For someone who had stood on stage night after night helping shape the sound, hearing that narrative twist was tough, but Michael didn't fire back with insults or public attacks. He stayed steady, letting his history, his playing, and his professionalism speak for him. That calm response showed serious strength. Inside the band, the shift was clear. On Van Halen 3 in 1998, Michael only played bass on 3 out of 11 tracks. That was a huge change from the early days. By the time Best of Both Worlds dropped in 2004, his role shrank even more. He handled backing vocals while Eddie recorded the bass parts himself. The message was hard to ignore. The once tight brotherhood was now barely holding together. Conversations became short and careful, if they happened at all. The easy creative spark they once shared felt distant. Yet through all of it, Michael refused to go public with anger or resentment. He didn't attack Eddie, didn't stir drama, didn't try to tear down the legacy they built. His loyalty to the music and the fans stayed solid. Then came 2006, and the blow that changed everything. Michael didn't get called into a meeting. He didn't receive a personal conversation. He found out with a simple click online. One regular day, scrolling through news, he saw it. He was no longer a member of Van Halen. No warning, no discussion, no direct respect shown to someone who had given 3 decades to that band. I found out I was replaced by reading about it online, Michael later shared, the hurt still clear in his voice. After everything we'd been through together, I didn't even get a phone call. That kind of discovery hits different. The person stepping in was Wolfgang Van Halen, Eddie's teenage son at the time. Michael made it clear he had no personal issue with the young musician. He understood what it means for a father to want to share the stage with his child. Eddie wanted to play with his son, I understand that, Michael said respectfully. But to not even tell me directly after 30 years, that's when I realized how far apart we'd really grown. That realization spoke louder than any argument ever could. Finding out online, not in a private talk, not face-to-face, was the final crack in the relationship between Michael and the Van Halen brothers. After decades of loyalty, years of quiet tension, contract disputes, and public criticism, it all ended in silence. No goodbye, no thank you, just a headline saying he was out. That moment changed everything for me, Michael admitted. It wasn't just about losing my job, it was about losing what I thought was my family. That statement said more than any press release ever could. Fans did not stay quiet. The news spread fast and message boards lit up with anger and disbelief. At shows, people held up signs showing love for Michael, making it clear they still saw him as part of the band's heart. His Jack Daniels bass, his powerful backing vocals, that huge smile on stage. Those weren't small details. For many fans, that was the spirit of Van Halen. His stage presence was not something you could swap out like spare parts. His harmonies lifted the choruses, his bass gave weight to the sound, and his vibe connected the whole crew. Even the image of his custom bass next to Eddie's striped guitar became part of rock history. That era had a look and a sound, and Michael was woven right into it. But instead of going public with anger, he stayed composed. He didn't jump into interviews throwing accusations or trying to spark drama. He chose silence and dignity, focusing on new music and fresh collaborations. On the outside, he looked calm and steady. On the inside, though, the hurt was real and personal. Privately, he had to process the loss. The band that shaped his adult life was gone from his world. The brotherhood he believed in had fallen apart. Trust was broken, loyalty shaken, and the respect he expected felt missing. Underneath that sadness, there was frustration too. After everything he gave, being treated like a replaceable sideman cut deep. He had stood by the band from the early club days to global superstardom. He showed up, played hard, sang strong, and stayed loyal. And in the end, it wrapped up with an online article. I was angry, he later said openly. Angry that after everything, I was replaced like I didn't matter. Angry that I was never thanked for what I gave to that band. That honesty hit straight to the heart. After all the heartbreak, the silence, and the public changes, Michael was about to rediscover something powerful. The simple joy of playing music with real friends again. The pressure of old drama would slowly fade, and a new chapter was waiting. But before peace fully arrived, life had one more twist in store, a moment that would never come, a conversation that would never happen. When the shock finally settled, Michael stood at a serious crossroads. 30 years with one band, gone in a flash. Van Halen had been more than a paycheck. It was his identity, his routine, his extended family, his creative home. Without it, he had to face a tough question. Who is Michael Anthony on his own? Then, out of nowhere, the phone rang, and it was an old ally. Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker, reached out right after the news of Michael's exit went public. The timing felt almost unreal. Sammy called me up and said, "Hey, Mike, want to make some music that's actually fun again?" Michael recalled with a laugh. And just like that, I remembered why I started playing in the first place. That one call flipped the whole mood. The spark between them came back instantly. No awkward vibes, no heavy history, just music and friendship. They decided to hit the road together under the name The Other Half, a clever wink to their days as the other half of the Van Hagar era. The shows were packed with classic Van Halen anthems mixed with Sammy's solo hits, and the energy felt electric again. Fans showed up ready to sing every word. The first time we played together again, it was like no time had passed, Michael said, smiling wide. The connection was still there, the vocals, the rhythm, the friendship. It felt like coming home. That feeling was not fake or forced. It was natural and strong. That reunion lit a serious fire. What started as a tour grew into something bigger and louder. Alongside guitar icon Joe Satriani and Red Hot Chili Peppers drummer Chad Smith, Michael and Sammy launched a new supergroup called Chickenfoot. This was not just another side gig. This was a full creative reset. Chickenfoot was healing for me, Michael shared honestly. It reminded me that I still had something to offer as a musician, that my bass playing and vocals could still create something powerful and meaningful. That statement carried weight. After years of doubt and tension, he finally felt valued again. When Chickenfoot dropped their self-titled debut album, it crashed straight into the Billboard Top 10. That was a loud message to anyone who questioned him. Michael Anthony was far from finished. Critics praised the band's raw chemistry, calling out Michael's deep bass tone and rich harmonies as key ingredients in the sound. He was not in the background. He was right in the mix. For the first time in a long while, he felt free. No pressure hanging in the air. No contracts slid across a table at the last minute. Nobody was telling me what to play or questioning my abilities, he said proudly. There was mutual respect among all of us. We were equals, partners creating something new. That equality meant everything. And the comeback train did not stop there. Michael soon joined another high-powered project, Sammy Hagar and the Circle. This lineup included drummer Jason Bonham, son of the legendary Led Zeppelin drummer John Bonham. The mission was simple but powerful. Celebrate the history of rock and keep that spirit alive. The Circle became more than just a touring band. It turned into a celebration of decades of music. They performed songs from every chapter of Sammy and Michael's careers, from Van Halen classics to solo hits, and even paid tribute to Led Zeppelin in honor of Jason's father. Crowds erupted when those iconic Van Halen bass lines kicked in again. Seeing Michael back on stage, smiling, locked in, and playing with heart, felt like justice for many longtime fans. Through all the changes, one thing stayed consistent. Michael refused to trash his former bandmates in public. He never went on a campaign to tear anyone down. His quiet professionalism made many fans believe that maybe the band had simply grown apart over time. To outsiders, it looked like separate paths rather than open warfare. Playing with the Circle brought something real back into Michael's life. Standing on stage with people who respected him reminded him why he picked up a bass in the first place. The painful ending of his Van Halen chapter could have crushed his love for music, but being surrounded by genuine friends reignited that spark. Working with Sammy, Joe, Chad, and Jason taught me something important, Michael reflected. It taught me that sometimes when one door closes, it's because there's something better waiting on the other side. These guys didn't just give me a job, they gave me back my confidence. That lesson hit deep. As the new projects gained momentum, Michael's smile felt real again. The crowds were loud, the vibes were positive, and the music flowed without tension. But no matter where he traveled, one question followed him everywhere. Fans kept asking the same thing. Would you ever make peace with Eddie Van Halen? Could you two ever fix what broke? For years, Michael answered with careful words and soft smiles. He kept it respectful but distant. Inside, though, the wound was still fresh. The feeling of being pushed aside never fully faded. At the time, he later admitted, I didn't think I could ever forgive Eddie for treating me like I didn't matter. That honesty revealed just how heavy it still felt. Then life delivered a twist no one was ready for. On October 6, 2020, the rock world stopped in shock. Eddie Van Halen, the groundbreaking guitarist who reshaped modern rock, passed away after a long battle with cancer at 65. The news traveled fast and hit hard across the globe. For Michael, it felt unreal. In an instant, the arguments, the contracts, the interviews, all of it faded into the background. What came rushing back instead were the early days, the garage rehearsals, the small clubs, the laughter between songs. When I heard Eddie was gone, Michael said quietly, emotion in his voice. Everything else just disappeared. All the business stuff, the disagreements, the hurt feelings. None of it mattered anymore. I just remembered the kid I met all those years ago, this incredibly talented guy who changed guitar playing forever. That memory outweighed everything else. In the days after Eddie's passing, Michael chose to honor him the way he knew best, through gratitude and truth. He shared old photos from the early years, smiling side by side on stage, back when the dream was still young. His words carried sadness, but also respect. It was not about drama anymore. It was about acknowledging a shared history that shaped both their lives. What the public did not know right away was something even more painful. Michael and Eddie never had the chance to fully reconcile before Eddie's death. The distance between them remained until the end. That reality settled heavy on Michael's heart. There would be no final conversation, no clearing the air, no moment to say what went unsaid. Grief mixed with regret in a complicated way. Losing someone you once called a brother hits different, especially when the story feels unfinished. For Michael, it was not just the loss of a music legend. It was the loss of a chapter of his own life. The pain deepened when he realized he would not be part of Eddie's private memorial services. Michael respected the family's need for privacy. He made that clear. But mourning from the outside was incredibly hard. After decades of shared stages, studios, and memories, being absent from that final farewell felt isolating. "He was a piece of my life for so many years," Michael said, his voice breaking. "We grew up together, changed music together. How do you just say goodbye to that from a distance?" That question carried the weight of history. In the end, fame, contracts, and public disagreements all faded compared to the simple truth. Two young musicians once chased a dream together and changed rock history. And when one of them was gone, what remained was not the business conflict, but the memories of brotherhood, music, and moments that could never be repeated. In the weeks after Eddie's passing, Michael drifted through a fog of memories that would not let him rest. Late-night jam sessions in dusty garages came rushing back, the electric rush of walking onto giant stages while crowds screamed their names. The quiet hours on tour buses, laughing, debating, planning the future like nothing could ever stop them. Those memories felt alive and loud in his mind, but they now echoed against the hard truth of how everything ended. The anger that once burned inside him was gone. The disappointment still lingered, yes, but the sharp rage had faded away. What remained was something heavier and more complicated, a bittersweet calm that settles in when you finally accept that some chapters never get tied up neatly. Eddie's death forced Michael to face that reality without running from it. "Some stories don't have clean endings," he said quietly. "Some relationships stay unresolved. Some words are never said. I had to accept the way it ended, not how I wanted it to. But that's life. It's not always neat." Those words carried the weight of years. Even with that acceptance, healing did not come overnight. There were still moments when the silence felt loud, moments when he wished for one last talk, one last laugh, one honest conversation. But life does not always give that final scene. Sometimes it closes the curtain without warning. Then something unexpected happened. The path to peace did not come from the past. It came from the next generation. And for Michael Anthony, that unexpected bridge appeared through Wolfgang Van Halen. Months after Eddie's passing, Wolfgang reached out with an invitation that caught Michael by surprise. He invited him to attend a Mammoth WVH show at the House of Blues in Las Vegas. Nearly 2 decades had passed since they had meaningful contact. That message carried more than just a concert invite. It carried history. When Michael received it, he did not hesitate. He knew this moment mattered. It was not about headlines or nostalgia. It felt personal and important. Walking into that venue, he did not know what kind of emotions would hit him. Would it be awkward? Would old tensions surface? The unknown weighed heavy. But what happened next changed everything. Backstage, Michael came face to face with Wolfgang and Eddie's former wife, Valerie Bertinelli. The moment could have been stiff or uncomfortable. Instead, it turned into something real and human. Walls came down. There were no accusations, no cold stares, just shared memories and shared loss. "Wolfgang and I really talked," Michael recalled, emotion thick in his voice. "About music, about Eddie, about everything." There was no anger, just 2 people sharing their grief and memories. That conversation was not forced. It flowed naturally. Then came a sentence that stopped the room. "I told him he was a piece of my heart and would be forever." Those words carried years of history, pain, and love all at once. That meeting was not about reopening old wounds or arguing over the past. It was about understanding. It was about recognizing that grief connects people in powerful ways. As they spoke, Michael could see pieces of Eddie reflected in Wolfgang, the focus, the drive, the deep love for music, and that quiet intensity that once powered Van Halen to the top. When Wolfgang took the stage that night, something shifted inside Michael. Watching him perform did not feel like reliving the past. It felt like witnessing a legacy continue. The sound, the dedication, the passion, it was familiar but fresh at the same time. It wasn't closure the way people imagine it, Michael later said. Eddie was gone. The past couldn't be changed. But seeing Wolfgang up there, I saw Eddie's spirit living on. It was like watching the music we made all those years ago being reborn in a new generation. That realization brought calm. The grief did not disappear, but it softened. The weight felt lighter. The distance between what was and what is no longer felt impossible to cross. Through Wolfgang, Michael reconnected to something deeper than contracts or conflicts. He reconnected to the heart of it all. That unforgettable night became a real turning point in Michael Anthony's life. It was the moment he finally released years of heavy emotion he had been carrying like extra weight on his shoulders. After decades filled with tension, heartbreak, distance, and silence, he was ready to face it all, not with bitterness, but with calm acceptance. That night gave me something I didn't even know I needed, Michael admitted, emotion shining in his eyes. Wolf could have carried his father's grudges, but instead he chose connection. Those words hit deep. In a world where pride and ego often win, that simple act of reaching out changed everything. Walking out of the venue, Michael felt lighter than he had in years. He was not pretending the past never happened. He was not rewriting history. He was simply choosing to stop carrying the pain. He could finally remember the laughter, the music, and the early dreams without being pulled back into old hurt. Even though he and Eddie never got that final private conversation, Michael found peace in an unexpected way. Through Wolfgang, through shared memories, and through the understanding that the music they created together would always connect them. Some bonds do not break, they just change form. Now, at 70 years old, Michael Anthony is still doing what he was born to do, stepping onto the stage and rocking with heart. Touring with Sammy Hagar and The Circle, he continues to bring that same energy fans fell in love with decades ago. Night after night, he grabs his iconic Jack Daniels bass, straps it on, and pours everything he has into every note. Every time I play those songs, Michael said softly, I feel like I'm having a conversation with Eddie, keeping our brotherhood alive through the music we made together. That perspective speaks volumes. It is not about old business issues anymore. It is about honoring the connection through sound. Maybe that is the real tribute, not dramatic speeches, not public apologies, just the music. The same music that brought four young guys together in Pasadena, pushed them to global fame, tested their bond, and still echoes decades later. This story is not just about rock legends. It is about friendship, pride, loss, and finding peace when life does not give you a perfect ending. It shows that even when relationships break down, respect and healing are still possible. So, what do you think? Was Michael Anthony's emotional reflection about Eddie surprising to you? Do you believe time can really heal wounds like that? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I want to hear your take on it. If you felt something from this story, make sure to like the video, comment your opinion, and subscribe for more powerful deep dives into rock history. Hit that notification bell so you never miss the next one. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
And you know absolutely nothing about anything. And yeah, it was beyond frightening. I don't even know how to explain.
Eddie Van Halen was sitting in the back of a guitar technique class at Musicians Institute in Hollywood, just low-key visiting a friend who taught there, keeping it casual but watching everything like a hawk. The instructor running the class was sharp, no doubt, but he carried himself with that stiff, superior energy that filled the room. He was breaking down an advanced tapping technique, fingers flying fast, acting like he owned the blueprint to guitar greatness. One student raised a hand and asked about alternate fingerings, just trying to understand the flow better. The instructor brushed it off fast and cold. There's only one correct way to do this. If you can't do it this way, you're not ready for advanced techniques. The room went quiet after that. From the back row, calm and steady, Eddie spoke up and said, "Actually, there are several ways to approach that." He didn't raise his voice, didn't flex, just dropped the line like it was common sense. The instructor froze mid-demonstration and turned with visible irritation. "I'm sorry, are you teaching this class? Do you have advanced technique credentials?" The tone was sharp. Eddie just shook his head and replied, "No credentials, just experience." That answer hung in the air. The instructor gave a tight, condescending smile and said, "Well, experience without proper training usually leads to bad habits. But since you seem to think you know better, why don't you come up here and demonstrate your alternative approach?" The challenge was loud and clear.
You know, it was actually the white people that were the bullies. You know, they would.
Eddie stood up slowly, no rush, no drama on the outside. But what happened over the next 6 minutes would become one of the most talked about moments in Musicians Institute history. It was a random Tuesday afternoon in March 2009. Eddie wasn't there to make a scene. He was just doing a favor for an old friend. That friend was Dave Matthews, not the famous musician, just a respected guitar instructor at Musicians Institute who had been Eddie's neighbor for years. They had spent countless late nights in Eddie's backyard, trading ideas about guitar technique, teaching styles and music theory while sharing beers and stories. Dave had once joked that Eddie should drop by his advanced class sometime. He had said, "Come see how the kids are learning these days. You might be surprised or horrified." It was said with a laugh, but there was curiosity behind it. So Eddie decided to take him up on that invite. He showed up that Tuesday wearing jeans, a plain black t-shirt, and a Dodgers cap, blending in like any other laid-back guy off the street. Dave introduced him simply as "my friend Eddie sitting in today," leaving out the last name on purpose. He wanted to see if any of the students would catch on. Most of them didn't. They just saw another quiet guy in the back. The class itself was no joke. It focused on advanced guitar techniques, tapping, sweep picking, hybrid picking, all the flashy technical stuff serious players grind for. About 20 students sat in a semicircle with their guitars, some teenagers, some in their 20s and 30s, all locked in and taking notes like this was sacred material. These weren't hobby players. They were chasing mastery. But Dave wasn't actually teaching that day. He had called in sick, truly sick, not some sneaky setup. The substitute instructor was a guy Eddie had never met before. His name was Marcus Vance. When he introduced himself, he made sure everyone knew his background. He had a music degree from Berkeley, had studied with several famous jazz guitarists, and had been teaching at MI for 3 years. On paper, he was solid. And to be fair, Marcus could play. Eddie saw that instantly. His technique was fast, clean, and precise. No sloppy moves, no missed notes. But there was something stiff about his vibe.
But so he's got a music class once a week, and
everything felt boxed in, like there was one road and one road only. His whole energy said this is the way and anything else is wrong. That rigid mindset was loud even when he wasn't talking. Eddie leaned back in his chair and just observed. No ego, no interruption at first. He was curious. He wanted to see how this would unfold. This wasn't about proving anything, at least not yet. Marcus was demonstrating two-handed tapping through a small practice amp at the front of the room. His execution was textbook clean. Eddie respected that, but it felt mechanical, almost clinical, like he was running a lab experiment instead of playing music. Every finger placement was mapped out. Every movement measured. It was tight, but it didn't breathe. Then Marcus explained while playing, laying down strict instructions. This is the proper way to execute tapping technique. His voice carried authority. He continued, right hand comes over the neck at precisely a 45-degree angle. Index or middle finger taps perpendicular to the fretboard, exactly perpendicular, not at any angle. He emphasized every detail like it was law carved in stone. No flexibility, no room for feel, just angles and rules. Marcus continued laying down the rules like they were carved in stone. Left hand maintains classical position with thumb behind the neck, never over the top. Wrist straight, not bent. This is how it's done correctly. His tone was strict, almost clinical. He added, any deviation from these positions will result in inconsistent tone, lack of control, and potential repetitive stress injury over time. It sounded less like music class and more like a warning label. Then he played a tapping exercise, technically flawless. Every note clean, every movement exact, but it felt cold. No grit, no personality, just precision without soul. He nodded and said, this is the standard taught at Berkeley, at GIT, at every serious music institution. It's biomechanically optimized for efficiency and injury prevention. The way he said it, you'd think the discussion was over.
Wolfie goes, I really like it when you do that. And I go, well, that's called improvising. Either you stray off the melody.
A student raised her hand. She looked serious, her guitar resting across her lap. What about using different fingers or approaching from underneath instead of over the top? I've seen videos where... Marcus cut her off with a calm but firm shake of his head. Those are improper techniques. They might work in the short term, especially for guitarists with natural talent who can compensate for inefficiency, but they create bad habits that will limit your development. There's only one biomechanically correct way to tap the way I'm showing you. It's been studied, measured, and validated. If you can't do it this way, you're not ready for advanced techniques. You need to build the proper foundation first. His voice carried that final answer energy. In the back row, Eddie shifted in his seat. The absolutism was getting heavy, because it simply wasn't true. Eddie's own tapping style came from underneath the neck, not over the top. His hand angle was completely different from what Marcus was pushing, his thumb often wrapped over the neck. The exact move Marcus had just labeled incorrect. And it had worked just fine for over 40 years. Sold-out arenas, groundbreaking records, no biomechanical failure in sight. Marcus kept going, clearly enjoying the authority. The problem with self-taught guitarists is they develop these idiosyncratic techniques that feel natural but are fundamentally wrong from a biomechanical standpoint. They're working against their own anatomy. Proper instruction eliminates those bad habits before they become ingrained. That's why formal education is so valuable. It gives you the correct approach from the beginning. The message was clear. Trained equals right. Self-taught equals flawed. Another student raised his hand. He was a teenager, and on his notebook was an Eddie Van Halen poster, bright and obvious. He asked, but what about Eddie Van Halen? His tapping technique is completely different from what you're showing. He approaches from underneath the neck. His hand position is nothing like this. And it obviously worked. The room got quiet again. Now it was real. Marcus smiled in a way that suggested he had been waiting for that question. Eddie Van Halen is a perfect example of natural talent overcoming poor technique. Yes, his approach is unorthodox. Yes, it clearly worked for him. I'm not denying his success or ability, but from a pedagogical standpoint, he could have been even better with proper formal training. His technique is inefficient, biomechanically suboptimal. He compensated with exceptional natural ability and thousands of hours of practice. But for students learning now, there's no reason to adopt his inefficient methods when we have the correct, scientifically validated approach available. He delivered it smoothly, like it was fact and not opinion. In the back, Eddie's eyebrows lifted. He could have been even better with proper training, That was bold, very bold. The irony in the room was thick, but most of the students had no clue who was sitting behind them. Eddie finally spoke up, keeping his tone calm and steady. Actually, there are several ways to approach tapping. Different hand positions work for different players in different musical contexts. He wasn't attacking. He was just stating what years of real-world playing had shown him. The entire class turned around to look at him. Marcus stopped mid-demonstration, clearly irritated now. "I'm sorry," Marcus said tightly. "Are you teaching this class? Do you have advanced technique credentials?" The challenge was sharp, almost defensive. "No credentials," Eddie admitted evenly. "Just experience." Marcus slowly set his guitar down and crossed his arms. "Well, experience without proper training usually leads to bad habits. That's the entire point of formal education, to correct the mistakes that self-taught players make." He looked Eddie over carefully now, seeing what he thought was just a regular middle-aged guy in a baseball cap. Nothing flashy, nothing official, just some random dude in the back row daring to question the system. Marcus folded his arms and leaned back slightly. "But since you seem to think you know better than established pedagogical methods, why don't you come up here and demonstrate your alternative approach?" The challenge dripped with condescension. He was clearly expecting to put some random student in his place and move on. Eddie looked around at the 20 students, all locked in and watching this unfold like it was live drama. He glanced at the empty chair where Dave should have been sitting. Dave would have absolutely loved this moment. Without rushing, Eddie stood up and walked to the front of the room, calm as ever. Marcus handed him a Fender Stratocaster owned by the Institute, already set up for teaching demos. "Please," Marcus said with a faint smirk, "show the class your unorthodox technique." The tone said this would be quick. Eddie took the guitar and adjusted the strap comfortably. Then he paused. "Before I demonstrate, can I ask you something?" he said evenly. "What?" Marcus replied, slightly annoyed. "Do you know who Eddie Van Halen is?" Marcus blinked, confused. "Of course. We just discussed him. Natural talent, poor technique, could have been better with formal training." "Why?" Eddie looked him straight in the eye. "Because I'm Eddie Van Halen, and I'd like to demonstrate why different approaches to tapping aren't wrong, they're just different." The room exploded. Students gasped. Some literally jumped up, phones came out instantly, and recording started from every angle. Marcus's face drained of color. The confident smirk vanished. "You're what?" Marcus stammered. Eddie calmly removed his baseball cap. "Eddie Van Halen, and you just said I could have been even better with proper training. I'm very curious what proper training would have taught me that 40 years of playing didn't." Marcus dropped into the instructor's chair like the air had been knocked out of him. The shift in power was obvious. The random guy in the back was now the reason half the class picked up a guitar in the first place. Eddie turned to the students. "Here's the thing about technique. There is no single correct way. There are efficient ways and inefficient ways. Approaches that work for you and approaches that don't. But the idea that there's only one biomechanically correct method, that's false." His voice was calm but firm. Then he demonstrated his tapping style. His hand came from underneath the neck, not over the top. His finger angles were nothing like Marcus had prescribed. His thumb wrapped over the neck, the exact move that had just been labeled incorrect, and it sounded massive. "This is how I tap," Eddie said. "It's different from what Mr. Vance showed you. It's not wrong. It's adapted to my hands, my playing style, my musical goals. I've been doing it this way since 1978. No injuries, no problems. It works." He played through several tapping patterns. 2 fingers, 3 fingers, thumb involved, different hand angles, smooth transitions, aggressive bursts. It wasn't mechanical, it was alive. "See? Multiple ways to get the same result. Your job as a student isn't to find the correct technique. It's to find your technique. the one that works for your hands and your music. Marcus tried to regain control. Mr. Van Halen, I didn't mean to suggest... You said I could have been even better with proper training, Eddie interrupted gently. Not hostile, but direct. What did you mean by that? Marcus stumbled over his words. I just meant theoretically from a pedagogical standpoint. You meant that self-taught players have bad habits, Eddie said. And that's sometimes true. I absolutely have habits that a classical instructor would call incorrect. But those so-called incorrect habits, they're part of my sound. They're part of what makes my playing recognizable. If I'd been trained to play correctly, I might have lost that. That hit different. The students were silent now, fully focused. Eddie handed the guitar to a student in the front row. Can you play something? Anything you're working on? The student, nervous but excited, played a tapping scale exercise. His form was exactly what Marcus had demonstrated. Clean, controlled, textbook, and stiff. That's technically correct, Eddie said honestly, but it sounds stiff. You're so focused on hand position that you're not listening to the music. Try it with your hand more relaxed. Don't worry about the angle. Worry about the sound. The student tried again. This time he loosened up. The notes flowed more naturally. It immediately sounded better, more expressive, more human. See, Eddie said, looking at the class. Technique serves the music. The music doesn't serve the technique. Mr. Vance is right that there are efficient ways to play, but efficiency isn't the goal. Music is the goal. For the next 20 minutes, Eddie basically took over the class, not out of ego, but out of passion. He broke down multiple approaches to tapping. He explained how different musical styles demand different techniques. He showed how so-called wrong techniques could actually create unique textures and tones. He kept repeating one core idea: listen to the sound, not just your hands. Marcus sat off to the side, watching everything unfold, all the credentials, the degree, the years of formal study. And here was a man without framed diplomas, without institutional titles, commanding the room effortlessly. No arrogance, no rigid rules, just mastery built from decades of real-world playing. When class finally ended, the room didn't clear out like usual. Students rushed toward Eddie with wide eyes, firing off questions, asking for photos, thanking him for the surprise lesson that just flipped their whole mindset. The energy was wild. What started as a normal Tuesday had turned into something they'd talk about for years. Marcus approached slowly. No ego left, just humility. Mr. Van Halen, I apologize for what I said about you needing proper training. That was incredibly arrogant and stupid. His voice wasn't defensive anymore. It was honest. Yeah, you didn't know who I was, Eddie said calmly. You were teaching what you believe. The problem isn't that you challenged me. The problem is that you told students there's only one right way. That shuts down creativity and exploration. He wasn't attacking him. He was explaining the bigger picture. I thought I was helping them avoid mistakes, Marcus admitted. Mistakes are how you learn, Eddie replied. Some of my best discoveries came from doing things wrong and liking the result. If I had been trained to only play correctly, I never would have found those sounds. That hit deep. Eddie then turned back to the class. How many of you are here because you want to play exactly like someone else? Not a single hand went up. Right. You're here because you want to develop your own voice. Mr. Vance's approach would make you all technically proficient, but you'd all sound the same. Don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to do things wrong if they sound right to you. The students nodded. You could see it clicking. After Eddie left, Marcus had to face the room alone. One brave student asked, "Is there really only one correct technique?" Marcus took a long breath. No, Eddie Van Halen is right. I've been teaching rules as if they're laws. They're not. They're guidelines. I apologize for being so rigid. That moment changed him. The story spread across Musicians Institute fast. The substitute who told Eddie Van Halen he needed proper training became instant campus legend status. But here's the twist. Marcus didn't double down. He evolved. He started encouraging exploration over strict correctness, creativity over mechanical perfection. His classes shifted. Students felt it. When Dave Matthews came back the next week, his students flooded him with the story. Dave called Eddie laughing hard. "You visited one class I wasn't even teaching, and you still managed to create chaos." "I was just sitting there," Eddie said. "The substitute challenged me." "The substitute told Eddie Van Halen he could have been better with proper training," Dave said, still laughing. "That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry I missed it." The irony was too perfect. When Eddie passed away in 2020, Marcus shared a public tribute. "In 2009, I told Eddie Van Halen he could have been better with proper training. He could have destroyed me. Instead, he taught my class better than I'd been teaching it, showed my students that creativity matters more than rules, and made me a better instructor. I learned more from Eddie in 20 minutes than I learned in years of formal education. Rest in peace to the master who never stopped being a student." That message hit people hard. This story isn't just about guitar technique. It's about ego. It's about staying open. It's about understanding that mastery doesn't always come with a certificate hanging on the wall. If this story moved you, make sure you like this video, drop a comment sharing your thoughts, and subscribe for more stories like this. Have you ever learned more from breaking the rules than following them? I want to hear your story in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video.
It's music theory, not music fact, and there are no rules. I never learned how to read music.
Eddie Van Halen was just being a regular dad that Saturday afternoon in June 2008, hanging out with his 14-year-old son, Wolfgang, at a GameStop in Burbank. They were supposed to be picking up a new game, something simple. But what went down inside that store turned into pure internet gold. Wolfgang darted off to the new releases section, excited to grab the latest title, while Eddie strolled over to the used games rack, rocking jeans, a plain t-shirt, and a baseball cap pulled low. No superstar vibes, no flash, just a chill dad moment. He loved these rare breaks from touring and recording, just enjoying time with his kid. But then, he heard it. That unmistakable electric opening, eruption. The sound blasted from a demo station near the front of the store, instantly grabbing his attention. Eddie froze for a second. His song was playing, but not from a real guitar. It was coming from Guitar Hero. Curiosity took over, and he made his way toward the sound. Behind the demo setup stood a teenage employee named Brandon, maybe 17, completely locked in. His fingers were flying across the plastic fret buttons, eyes locked on the screen, tongue poking out slightly in total concentration. The note stream on the screen was a blur of colors, the score counter skyrocketing, and the speakers screamed with every fast lick and tap. The kid was shredding. Eddie stood there, arms crossed, half smiling under his cap, watching this teen absolutely own the virtual version of one of rock's greatest solos. He couldn't help but be impressed. It wasn't easy to nail that timing, even in the game. When the song ended, the kid struck a pose and threw his arms up like a rock star. 100% perfect score, 5 stars, flawless victory. Eddie stepped forward with a grin and said, "Mind if I give it a try?" Brandon turned, still buzzing from his win, and handed over the controller. "Sure," he said confidently. "But fair warning, this is the hardest song in the game. Even people who play real guitar usually fail it." Eddie chuckled and adjusted the strap, holding the plastic guitar like the real deal. He started playing, but after missing several notes, Brandon frowned and said, "Dude, you're playing it wrong. You're not hitting the taps fast enough. Here, let me show you the right technique." Wolfgang, standing a few feet away with his phone ready, was trying so hard not to burst out laughing. The irony was too much. This kid was teaching Eddie Van Halen how to play Eruption. Nice, Eddie said with a grin. That looked tough. Brandon, still buzzing from his perfect score, shot him a proud smile. Oh, totally. That's the hardest song in the game. Most people can't even finish it without failing. I've been practicing for weeks, man. Eddie nodded, pretending to be impressed. Can I give it a try? He asked casually. Brandon raised an eyebrow, sizing him up. The guy looked like any other middle-aged dad. Jeans, baseball cap, calm demeanor. He probably thought Eddie was just some dude who used to noodle on a guitar back in college trying to relive his glory days. Sure, man, Brandon said, handing him the controller. But fair warning, this is Eruption by Van Halen. Even people who play real guitar usually crash and burn. The timing's insane. Eddie fought back a smirk. I'll take my chances, he said. Brandon passed over the plastic guitar controller, and Eddie immediately felt how wrong it was. The shape was off, the weight was weird, and those 5 colorful buttons along the neck, nothing like frets. The strum bar gave a cheap little click instead of sound. It didn't feel like music. It felt like a toy. Meanwhile, Wolfgang had already noticed what was going down. He drifted closer, phone out, recording from the side so Brandon couldn't see him. He was barely keeping it together, trying not to laugh. The song kicked in. The screen lit up with the crazy swirl of color-coded notes speeding toward the bottom. Eddie tried to follow the note highway, eyes darting between colors and timing bars. The opening tapping section came up and he went for it, but his timing was all over the place. In real life, Eddie's fingers knew every inch of that solo like muscle memory. 3 decades of practice locked in his hands. But on this plastic thing, useless. He hit a wrong note, then another. The crowd meter on the screen dipped from green to yellow, warning him that he was bombing. His brain was scrambling. Read the screen, matched the color, pressed the button, hit the strum bar, all while fighting the slight lag between what he did and what the game showed. It threw him completely off. What was effortless on a real guitar suddenly felt like trying to solve a color-coded math problem under pressure. Red, yellow, blue, yellow, red. His fingers fumbled, missing half the pattern. The plastic strum bar kept clicking uselessly under his thumb. There was no groove, no sound, just flashing lights and panic. The crowd meter slid from orange to red, and then it happened. Failed. The screen exploded with angry red letters. Eddie Van Halen had just failed Eruption, his own song, on Guitar Hero. Brandon gave him a sympathetic smirk he could barely hide. See? Told you it's hard, he said, trying not to laugh. You're playing it wrong, dude. Eddie looked genuinely curious now. I'm playing it wrong? He asked. Yeah, Brandon said confidently. You're not hitting the taps fast enough and your timing's off on the hammer-ons. You're treating it like a real guitar. But Guitar Hero doesn't care about music. It cares about inputs. You gotta play to the game, not the song. Eddie nodded, intrigued. Here, let me show you. Brandon grabbed the controller again and restarted the song. Watch my fingers carefully, he said, slipping into instructor mode. See this part? You have to hit early, anticipate the notes. The game has a delay, so if you play exactly on beat, you're actually late. You have to feel the rhythm of the game, not the rhythm of the music. His fingers danced over the buttons in perfect precision. Green, red, yellow, blue, yellow, red. Each press mechanical, robotic, but completely synced to the flashing lights on screen. It wasn't musical at all, but it was flawless by Guitar Hero standards. Wolfgang's camera kept rolling. He knew this clip was about to become legendary. Brandon's eyes were locked on the glowing screen, his fingers flying with robotic precision. See, he said confidently, it's all about the mechanics of the game. The real guitar part doesn't matter at all. What matters is how the game reads your inputs. Like On a real guitar, you bend strings, you feel the notes, you put emotion into it. But in this, none of that exists. There's no expression, no tone, no soul. Just, did you press the right button at the exact millisecond the game wants? That's the only thing that counts. Eddie nodded, studying him, fascinated by how deeply this kid had broken down his own song into numbers and patterns. So, playing real guitar doesn't actually help? He asked, half smiling. Not really, Brandon said with total confidence. If anything, it messes you up. Real guitar players are thinking about melody, feeling, rhythm. But Guitar Hero isn't about music, it's about precision. The best players? They never touched a real guitar. They don't have the bad habits. Wolfgang had to turn away for a second because he was dying trying not to laugh. His dad, Eddie freaking Van Halen, the man who invented the tapping technique this game's song was based on, was getting a lecture from a teenager on how to play it right. Eddie kept a straight face and looked back at the screen, then turned to Brandon.
You guys write more music? Why aren't you being more creative?
That's why I built Studio, because I would rather bomb with my own music than be the world's biggest...
Can I ask you something? Sure, man, Brandon said, still holding the controller proudly. Do you play real guitar? Brandon chuckled. Nah, I tried once, but it's way harder. Real guitars make your fingers hurt, and there's like theory and all that complicated stuff. This, he gestured at the plastic controller, this is more fun. No pain, no music lessons. Just hit the right buttons at the right time. Boom! Instant rock star. Eddie nodded thoughtfully, then asked, almost teasingly, You know who Eddie Van Halen is? Brandon's eyes lit up. Of course, he's a legend. One of the greatest guitarists ever. That's why Eruption is the final boss song. It's impossible to master. Eddie Van Halen was a genius. Eddie raised an eyebrow at that past tense. Was? You mean is? Brandon blinked, suddenly unsure. Wait, he's still alive? Very much so, Eddie said with a smirk. At that exact moment, Wolfgang couldn't hold it anymore. He walked over, phone still recording, and said through a grin, Hey, Brandon, this is my dad. Brandon glanced between Wolfgang and Eddie, confused. Okay. My last name's Van Halen, Wolfgang continued, still grinning. Wolfgang Van Halen, and this, he gestured toward his dad, is Eddie Van Halen. You just told Eddie Van Halen he doesn't know how to play Eruption. Brandon's face went through a whole slideshow of emotions, confusion, disbelief, realization, and then total horror. His jaw dropped. No way, he stammered. You're messing with me. Eddie chuckled and took off his baseball cap, revealing that unmistakable hair. He extended his hand. Eddie Van Halen, nice to meet you. Brandon froze like he'd been hit by lightning. Oh my God, he gasped. I just told Eddie Van Halen he was playing Eruption wrong. I said he wasn't hitting the taps fast enough. I said the guitar part didn't matter. He looked like he might pass out. Another employee had noticed the commotion and came running. When she saw Eddie, she gasped, covered her mouth, and immediately whipped out her phone. Within seconds, people in the store started whispering, pointing, and recording. A small crowd was forming fast. Eddie laughed and shook Brandon's hand firmly. You weren't wrong, though, he said kindly. I was playing it wrong, for the game. You were right that real guitar skills don't help with Guitar Hero. Totally different thing. Brandon was still trying to process it all. But you wrote that song, he stammered. You invented that whole tapping style, and I told you you didn't understand it. Eddie smiled. You told me I didn't understand the game. And that's true. I don't play Guitar Hero. You do. You're the expert here, not me. Wolfgang was losing it, laughing behind the camera. Brandon, dude, you should see your face right now. Brandon ran a hand through his hair, eyes wide. Could you maybe play it again? He asked nervously. Like, now that I know who you are, I just want to see it. Eddie Van Halen playing Guitar Hero. Eddie laughed. "Sure," he said, "but I'm gonna fail it again. I'm terrible at this game." "That's fine," Brandon said quickly. "It's still Eddie Van Halen playing Eruption on Guitar Hero. That's insane." Eddie picked up the controller again while the small crowd, now about 15 people, huddled around in total silence, phones out. The opening notes blasted from the speakers once more. Eddie gave it his best shot, focusing hard, but the game's mechanics still threw him off. Halfway through, the crowd meter dipped to 0 again. "Fail" flashed across the screen. But instead of disappointment, the whole store erupted in cheers and applause. Everyone was clapping, laughing, and filming. Eddie took a playful bow, holding the plastic guitar like it was a real Strat. Eddie smiled and turned to Brandon, still holding the plastic guitar. "Why don't you show everyone how it's really done?" he said with a grin. Brandon, still completely starstruck and pale as paper, nodded nervously. His hands were shaking as he picked up the controller again. The crowd went quiet as the opening of Eruption blasted through the store once more. This time, though, Brandon's fingers weren't as steady. He was trying to keep it cool, but performing in front of the guy who wrote the song was a whole new kind of pressure. He missed a few notes, flinched once or twice, but still powered through like a champ. Final score, 98%. The room erupted in cheers and applause. Eddie clapped the loudest. "That was amazing. Seriously, you crushed it. You're way better at this than I am." Brandon, red-faced but beaming, shook his head. "Yeah, but you can actually play it on a real guitar. That's like 1,000,000 times more impressive." Eddie chuckled and waved it off. "Different skills, man. Don't sell yourself short. What you're doing takes real coordination, timing, focus. It's a whole art of its own. You should be proud of being that good at it." That broke the ice. The tension melted away, and they ended up chatting for almost 20 minutes. Eddie signed the plastic Guitar Hero controller right across the front, and Brandon immediately swore he'd never touch it again. It was going straight on his wall. People in the store couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Customers ran to their cars, grabbing anything they could for Eddie to sign: CDs, game cases, even a skateboard and someone's denim jacket.
A week, and Wolfie asked me, he goes, when you're doing the high stuff on the guitar, which...
Eddie took photos with everyone, smiling and laughing the whole time. The store manager came running out from the back, totally stunned, and offered Eddie a stack of games for free. Eddie politely refused, insisting on buying Wolfgang's game at full price, then slipped a generous tip into Brandon's tip jar on the counter. As Eddie and Wolfgang were heading toward the door, Brandon called out, voice cracking a little, "Mr. Van Halen, thank you for not getting mad when I told you you were wrong." Eddie stopped, turned back with a grin, and said, "Brandon, you weren't wrong. In the games world, you were absolutely right. The lesson here isn't don't correct famous people. The lesson is be confident in what you know. You knew Guitar Hero inside and out. You taught me something today, and that's worth a lot." The crowd cheered again, and Eddie and Wolfgang waved before walking out into the summer evening like nothing special had happened. But everyone inside knew they'd just witnessed something unforgettable. That night, Wolfgang uploaded the video to YouTube with the title, "My Dad Gets Told He's Playing Eruption Wrong by a Teenager on Guitar Hero." It exploded overnight, millions of views in hours. The comments were full of love for Eddie's chill attitude and laughter over Brandon's shocked reaction. People couldn't get enough of how humble Eddie was, even after being corrected on his own song. A few days later, a gaming blog tracked Brandon down for an interview. He admitted, "Yeah, I told Eddie Van Halen he didn't know how to play Eruption on Guitar Hero in front of his son, and he was so nice about it. He didn't pull the 'I'm Eddie Van Halen' card. He actually listened to me, told me I was right about the game mechanics, and treated me with total respect. That's the coolest thing that's ever happened to me, even though I'll never live it down." The GameStop store even put up a little plaque near the demo station that read, Eddie Van Halen failed eruption here, June 2008. Years later, in 2020, when Eddie passed away, Brandon posted an old photo of the two of them. Eddie smiling with his arm around him, holding that signed Guitar Hero controller. The caption hit everyone right in the heart. Back in 2008, I had the crazy honor of teaching Eddie Van Halen how to play Guitar Hero. He didn't have to be kind about my teenage arrogance. He didn't have to encourage me or treat my skills seriously, but he did, because that's just who he was. And that moment, born from a simple day at GameStop, became one of the most legendary, heartwarming stories in rock history. Years passed, but that one wild Saturday in Burbank never stopped echoing online. Every few months, the clip of Eddie Van Halen failing his own song on Guitar Hero would resurface, spreading all over social media with captions like Humility Level Eddie Van Halen or The Day a Legend Got Schooled by a Teenager. People loved it because it showed something rare. Eddie wasn't just a rock god. He was a human being who could laugh at himself. By 2010, the video had millions of views and endless reaction edits. Fans started calling the GameStop moment the eruption incident. Brandon even became a mini celebrity in gaming circles. He'd show up at conventions holding the same plastic guitar, now signed and framed, telling the story like it was a holy tale. Yeah, he'd say proudly, I told Eddie Van Halen he was playing Eruption wrong, and he thanked me for it. Every crowd he told it to always broke into laughter and applause. As for Wolfgang, that clip became a piece of family history. He'd joke about it in interviews, saying, that was the only time I saw my dad get outplayed in any music-related thing. But behind the laughter, he always talked about what it really showed, his dad's kindness. He had nothing to prove, Wolfgang said once. He just loved connecting with people. Whether it was a world-class musician or a kid working at GameStop, he treated them the same. When Eddie passed away in 2020, the internet filled with tributes, clips of solos, interviews, old performances, but that Guitar Hero video kept popping up again and again. It wasn't just about music anymore. It became a symbol of how humble greatness can be. People shared it with captions like, this is why he was special, and even legends stay grounded. Brandon, now in his late 20s, wrote a heartfelt post that went viral overnight. He shared the old photo again, the one with Eddie smiling, hand resting on his shoulder, and wrote, 12 years ago, I corrected Eddie Van Halen on how to play Eruption on a video game. He laughed, listened, and told me I was right. That moment changed how I see the world. He reminded me that true greatness doesn't need ego, it needs heart. That message hit millions of fans right in the chest. Comment sections filled with stories from people who'd met Eddie, all saying the same thing. He was kind, funny, and always made you feel important, no matter who you were. A few months later, that same GameStop store in Burbank hosted a small tribute event. The plaque was still there. Eddie Van Halen failed Eruption here, June 2008. But now people left flowers, guitar picks, and even toy controllers around it like a shrine. Wolfgang attended quietly one evening, standing there with a soft smile. He touched the plaque and whispered, "You'd probably laugh at all this, Dad." And somewhere, maybe in the great jam session beyond, you could almost imagine Eddie grinning back, saying, "Hey, at least I tried." Years later, that one random day in GameStop still hits like a legend every time it's told. The story of Eddie Van Halen getting humbled by a Guitar Hero teenager isn't just funny, it's inspiring. It reminds everyone that even the greatest legends can laugh, learn, and lift others up. Brandon went on to work in gaming media, using that once-in-a-lifetime moment as his reminder to stay humble no matter how good you get. He still keeps the signed plastic guitar hanging on his wall, faded and scratched, but priceless. Sometimes during interviews, he points to it and says, "That's not just a signature, that's a lesson in respect." Wolfgang still smiles every time someone brings it up online. "That was my dad," he once said in a live stream. "Always real, always kind, always ready to have fun." Fans flooded the chat with hearts and guitar emojis, remembering the man who could make anyone feel like a rock star, even inside a video game store. And that's why this story never dies. It's not about failing a song. It's about what it means to be great. Eddie showed that greatness isn't measured by perfection, but by how you treat people, even when the spotlight's off. So if you love this wild piece of rock history, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more insane true stories just like this one. Drop a comment below. Would you have had the guts to tell Eddie Van Halen he was playing his own song wrong? Thanks for watching, and remember, stay humble, keep rocking, and we'll see you in the next video.
It's, I'll ask him how to play something, and then he just proceeds to be Eddie Van Halen.
Wolfgang Van Halen was born into a legacy too loud to ever fade away. Being the son of a rock god meant music wasn't just part of his life, it was his heartbeat. While the world watched Eddie Van Halen melt faces with every guitar solo, Wolfgang was quietly living a story nobody could have imagined. Behind the blinding stage lights, who was Eddie when the amps were turned off? And why did Wolfgang make that emotional promise to never play a single Van Halen song after his dad passed away? This is the side of Wolfgang Van Halen the world rarely dares to uncover. The story that hits deeper than any guitar riff. From the very beginning, Wolfgang's life was anything but normal. Eddie Van Halen wasn't just another musician. He was the guitarist, the man who changed rock forever. His mom, Valerie Bertinelli, was already a household name, glowing on TV screens across America. Fame wasn't something Wolfgang had to chase. It was already waiting at his doorstep. But behind all the glitz and flashing lights, his childhood was surprisingly calm, filled with curiosity, laughter, and a bond with his dad that couldn't be broken, no matter how loud the world got. Music didn't just surround Wolfgang, it lived inside him. While most kids were humming along to cartoons, he was feeling the pulse of hard rock thundering through the house. But Eddie wasn't that pushy, follow my path kind of dad. He wanted Wolfgang to find his own groove, his own sound. The guitars, drums, and amps were all just there, waiting for the moment he felt ready to make some noise. And when that moment came, it was pure magic. At only 9 years old, Wolfgang sat behind a drum kit, not because anyone told him to, but because he wanted to understand it. No instructors, no sheet music, just him, the sticks, and that natural rhythm pumping through his veins. On his 10th birthday, Eddie gifted him his first real drum set, and that wasn't just a present, it was a message. That moment said, "This is our thing." Their connection didn't need words. It spoke through every beat, every crash of the cymbals. Wolfgang once revealed that his dad would record small guitar riffs on an old tape recorder, and little Wolfgang, barely a preteen, would try to match the rhythm on the drums. Those sessions were unforgettable. It wasn't about showing off or chasing fame, just a father and son vibing through music, speaking a secret language only they understood. But Wolfgang wasn't one to stop at drums. He wanted more. He taught himself guitar, bass, and even piano, mastering each one with the same passion that had fueled his dad for decades. And it wasn't about proving anything. It was about love for the sound itself. He'd lock himself in a room for hours, playing until something clicked, until the music felt right. He wasn't lost in Eddie Van Halen's massive shadow. He was carving his own name into the walls of that legendary house, one note at a time. By his early teens, it was clear Wolfgang wasn't just another kid living off his dad's fame. He had the same gift for rhythm and melody, but he also had something fresh, his own fire, his own truth. He didn't just play music, he lived it with every fiber of his being. That's what made him so different, so raw, so real, and unforgettable to anyone who truly listened. Then came 2006, and everything flipped for Wolfgang Van Halen. At just 15 years old, his natural-born talent burst onto the world stage when he joined Van Halen as the band's new bassist, replacing longtime member Michael Anthony. That news hit the rock world like a thunderclap. Some fans were hyped, others skeptical. Was it just a family move, or was there something deeper? But those close to Eddie and Wolfgang knew the truth. It wasn't favoritism, it was evolution. The next chapter of Van Halen wasn't about repeating history. It was about rewriting it, one blazing note at a time. Wolfgang grew up with Van Halen running through his veins. Every riff, every solo, every lyric, it was like they were written in his DNA. So when he finally stepped into the band, he wasn't walking into a stranger's world. He was stepping into something that had shaped his entire life. People on the outside might have thought it was an easy ride or a lucky break, but they couldn't have been more wrong. What they didn't see were the endless hours of practice, the late-night jam sessions, and that unbreakable father-son bond that built the foundation for everything he became. Touring with Van Halen wasn't just another gig. It was stepping straight into rock history. Imagine being just a teenager and sharing the stage with your dad, one of the most legendary guitarists to ever live, while thousands of fans scream your name. That kind of pressure could crush anyone, but not Wolfgang. He didn't let the fame or expectations get to him. He played with power, soul, and heart that couldn't be faked. Even the toughest critics, those who doubted him from day one, had to admit it. Wolfgang brought something fresh to Van Halen. His grounded energy gave the band a new pulse, keeping their legacy alive while making it hit differently for a new generation. Then came 2012, a game-changing year. Van Halen dropped a different kind of truth, their first studio album in over 14 years, and Wolfgang's bass lines hit like thunder. His tone had confidence, creativity, and serious groove. He wasn't trying to mimic Michael Anthony or ride his dad's coattails. He was defining his own lane. His playing supported Eddie's fiery guitar work perfectly without ever overshadowing it, proving once and for all that he wasn't just in Van Halen. He earned his spot there. But behind all the flashing lights and roaring crowds, life wasn't picture perfect. Wolfgang had a front row seat to his father's health struggles, and that reality hit hard. Eddie's battle with illness became harder to hide, but his passion for music, that never died, not for a second. Even when his energy faded, even when treatments wore him down, he refused to give up that stage. Especially when it meant sharing it with his son, it kept him alive in every sense. Years later, Wolfgang would open up about how those tours meant the world to both of them. It wasn't just about rocking out. It was about time, memories, and love. They'd travel together, laugh between rehearsals, eat, talk, and then step out under those blinding lights as a team. Every single show felt sacred, like they were freezing precious memories in sound. Deep down, they both knew time wasn't on their side, but they refused to let that truth steal their joy. Every performance became a celebration of what they still had together. For Wolfgang, joining Van Halen was never about chasing fame or rewriting history. It was about something much deeper. It was about carrying his father's legacy with honor, not through speeches or fame, but through the same sound that connected them from the start. He didn't step into Van Halen to replace anyone. He stepped in to respect what was built, to protect it, and to live it with everything he had. Before Eddie Van Halen came along, guitar solos were just flashy stunts, quick moments to show off skill and speed.
This is the first guitar of my dad's that he gave me.
But after Eddie, everything changed. His solos weren't just performances. They were wild, emotional rides, roller coasters full of fire, chaos, and heart. He didn't play for ego or applause. He played out of pure curiosity. To him, the guitar wasn't just an instrument. It was a mystery box, a puzzle with no instructions. Eddie once said he treated it like a never-ending experiment, and that's exactly how he lived, fearlessly chasing new sounds every single day. Eddie was the kind of man who didn't wait around for the perfect gear. He built it himself. Out of spare parts, duct tape, and pure imagination, he created the now legendary Frankenstrat. That guitar wasn't just an instrument. It was a reflection of who he was. Inventive, rebellious, and absolutely unstoppable. He'd twist knobs, mess with wiring, and bend notes in ways no one had even dreamed of. Every strange sound he stumbled upon felt like discovering a whole new world in the universe of rock and roll. Then came 1982, the year that stamped Eddie Van Halen's name into pop culture forever. When Michael Jackson called him in to lay down a solo for Beat It, Eddie didn't overthink it for a second. He strolled into the studio, listened to the track a few times, and unleashed one of the most electrifying solos ever recorded. That lightning-fast solo didn't just elevate the song, it became a defining sound of the decade. And here's the wildest part. Eddie didn't even take a paycheck for it. He didn't need the money or the fame. He did it because he loved creating, loved surprising people, loved turning sound into something unforgettable. That thrill, the rush of making music come alive, was always the fire that kept him going. But behind all the genius, there was a darker storm brewing. The same creative fire that made Eddie unstoppable also burned him from the inside. He fought a long, painful battle with addiction. Years of alcohol and substance use that sometimes numbed the pain and sometimes fueled the art. His struggles weren't always tabloid gossip, but they were real and constant. There were nights that bled into mornings in the studio, days where exhaustion took over, moments where even he couldn't hold it all together. His bandmates noticed, his family worried, yet Eddie kept playing, always hiding behind the music, using it as both armor and escape. Eddie later spoke openly and painfully about those years. He confessed that during Van Halen's wildest days, he'd sometimes hit the stage drunk, not because he didn't care, but because he couldn't stop. The pressure of being Eddie Van Halen, the legend, the genius, the icon, was crushing. Every show meant living up to the myth he'd created, and that kind of weight could break anyone. His perfectionism became both his power and his prison, trapping him between brilliance and burnout. And that intensity didn't just stay inside him, it spilled into everything around him. Van Halen wasn't just famous for its music, it was known for its chaos, too. The endless fights, the lineup changes, the clashing egos, all of it had Eddie right in the center. But he wasn't being difficult just to cause trouble. He simply wanted greatness. He believed the music deserved nothing less than perfection, no matter the cost. As a father, Eddie Van Halen showed a completely different side of himself. Gentle, warm, and sometimes even fragile. No matter how rough life got, even in the darkest moments of his addiction, Wolfgang said his dad never stopped being present. They'd sit down for meals, crack jokes, jam in the studio, and just exist as father and son. But Wolfgang never sugarcoated it. It wasn't perfect. There were days when the weight of Eddie's struggles was too heavy to hide, when the music went silent and the exhaustion took over. Still, through all the chaos, that bond between them never broke. It was the one rhythm that never faded. Then came the early 2000s, when life hit Eddie harder than ever. He was diagnosed with tongue cancer, a battle that forced him to undergo surgery that removed part of his tongue. For a while, it seemed like he had beaten it, and fans celebrated, hoping the nightmare was over. But fate wasn't done testing him. His hip began to fail, needing surgery, and his energy started slipping away. Yet Eddie refused to back down. He kept writing, recording, performing, because music was the one thing he could still control, the one weapon he could always rely on. Behind the curtain, though, there was something deeper, a growing fear. Eddie became anxious about his health and his future. The stage lights that once thrilled him started to feel like too much. He began stepping back, avoiding interviews, skipping public events, and locking himself away in his home studio, the one space where he could still breathe, still create, still feel alive. But those close to him saw the truth. Eddie wasn't just physically tired, he was emotionally drained. Decades of pressure, fame, regrets, and personal battles had built up inside him, and the cracks were starting to show. Still, even as the clock ticked down, Eddie never stopped creating. He poured everything he had left into his music, filling hard drives with riffs, solos, and unfinished songs that no one's ever heard. Some say he knew time was slipping away, that he was racing against it, determined to leave something behind that meant more than fame or legacy. Those recordings weren't just for the world, they were for Wolfgang. Because underneath all the chaos, addiction, and pain, Eddie's greatest love wasn't his fame or his guitar. It was his son. To Eddie, Wolfgang wasn't just a bandmate. He was his anchor, the reason he kept fighting. When the darkness closed in, Wolfgang was that light pulling him back to life. Eddie once hinted that watching his son rise gave him something he'd been chasing for years: redemption. It was like he got a second shot, not just at music, but at being the man he wanted to be. Through Wolfgang, Eddie finally found the peace he'd been searching for all his life. But Eddie's story wasn't just about guitars, fame, and addiction. It was also about love. The kind that lifted him up, tore him down, and lingered in every chord he ever played. Behind all the headlines and hit songs were the women who shaped him, tested him, and inspired some of his most emotional music. The most famous of those stories began in 1981, when Eddie married actress Valerie Bertinelli, a TV star America adored from her hit sitcom One Day at a Time. Their wedding was front-page news, the ultimate rock meets Hollywood fairy tale. For a while, they were the power couple everyone admired, rock royalty and America's sweetheart. But behind the glam and the smiles, things weren't as perfect as they looked. Fame kept them apart, pressure weighed heavy, and Eddie's battles with addiction started to tear through the cracks of their marriage. What once looked like a dream love story slowly turned into something real, beautiful, painful, and far from simple. Out of that wild, complicated love story came the one thing Eddie Van Halen and Valerie Bertinelli cherished more than anything: their son, Wolfgang. Eddie named him after his all-time musical idol, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And that name wasn't just for style, it was deep. Eddie had always admired how Mozart blended flawless technique with pure emotion, turning perfection into passion that could shake your soul. Naming his son Wolfgang was Eddie's way of passing down that same energy, a message of music, legacy, and love that would last far longer than fame ever could. Eddie wasn't just raising a kid, he was shaping the next chapter of a dynasty. From the moment Wolfgang came into the world, music wasn't something he'd stumble upon later. It was already in his blood. But as time went on, that once happy rhythm inside the Van Halen home started to crack. The endless tours, the chaos of the rock and roll grind, and Eddie's ongoing fight with addiction all created a distance that love alone couldn't always fix. By 2001, Eddie and Valerie's marriage began to crumble, and by 2007, it was officially over. But what made their story powerful wasn't how it ended. It was how they kept showing up for each other afterward. They refused to let bitterness win. Even through heartbreak, they stood side by side for their son. As co-parents, they made sure Wolfgang stayed grounded, protected, and surrounded by love, even with cameras and headlines chasing their every move. Valerie often spoke about Eddie with this tender mix of heartbreak and respect. She never pretended it was perfect. She admitted there was pain, chaos, and struggle. But she always made one thing clear: their love was real. When Eddie passed away in 2020, Valerie's tribute to him hit the entire world right in the heart. She wrote, Maybe next time we'll get it right. Just 7 simple words, but they carried decades of love, loss, forgiveness, and longing. That one sentence said everything, a reminder that some connections never really die. They just change shape. Later, Eddie found peace again. In 2009, he married Janie Lisewski, a publicist and former stuntwoman who stepped into his life like a breath of calm. Their relationship wasn't about flash or headlines. It was grounded, private, and full of care. Through Eddie's toughest health battles, Janie stood firm beside him, bringing warmth into the chaos. For the first time in decades, Eddie had quiet mornings, slow days, and moments of stillness that felt like healing. She helped him find something he hadn't felt in years, real peace. For Wolfgang, watching all of this unfold was life-changing. He saw the beauty and the heartbreak of his father's world up close, the love stories, the fallouts, the second chances. He learned that love isn't supposed to be perfect, it's supposed to be real. He saw arguments turn into laughter, silence turn into forgiveness, and pain turn into understanding. And instead of hardening him, it opened his heart. It made him see the world through deeper eyes. That emotional depth shaped everything about who Wolfgang became. In 2023, he married his longtime partner, Andrea Alsop, a brilliant software engineer who'd been his steady rock through it all. She stood beside him through the grief of losing his father, the grind of launching his solo career, and the challenge of carrying one of the biggest last names in rock history. Their wedding wasn't about fame or press. It was quiet, simple, and full of love. But one single moment from that day said it all. Wolfgang left an empty chair at the ceremony for his dad. No big speech, no tears in front of cameras, just a chair. That silent tribute spoke louder than any words ever could. It was his way of saying, "You're still here, Dad." For Wolfgang, love has never just been about romance. It's about remembrance, about carrying forward the pieces of where he came from while still carving out his own path. Every lesson his parents ever taught him, the pain, the forgiveness, the resilience, became the foundation of how he lives and loves today. In Andrea, he found someone who doesn't just understand his past. She respects it. She helps him carry it with pride, never seeing his history as baggage, but as proof of how far he's come. She loves not just the musician, but the man who fought through grief and chaos to find peace again. By opening himself up to love, Wolfgang found something even more powerful, healing. His father's relationships had been complicated, sure, but they were real. They were built on effort, forgiveness, loyalty, and that messy kind of love that doesn't always look perfect, but somehow lasts anyway. Now, as Wolfgang builds his own life and future, you can see those lessons shining through. The way he treats Andrea with patience, gratitude, and respect shows he learned what love really means. It's not about perfection. It's about staying when things get tough and finding strength in each other, just like his parents tried to do for years. But when Eddie Van Halen's long battle with cancer finally came to an end, Wolfgang faced a kind of silence that words can't describe. No more calls, no more jam sessions, no more laughter echoing through the studio. Just quiet, heavy and hollow, filled with memories too big to fit inside a single moment. On October 6th, 2020, the world lost a guitar legend, but for Wolfgang, it was so much deeper. That day, he didn't just lose an icon. He lost his dad, his mentor, his best friend, all at once. Eddie Van Halen passed away at 65 after years of fighting a brutal private battle with cancer. Officially, the cause was a stroke, but the truth is, Eddie had been fighting for far longer than most people knew, through endless surgeries, treatments, and pain that rarely left his face, even when he smiled for the cameras. Behind that grin was a man holding on for as long as he could, pushing through the pain just to keep being Dad a little longer. When the final moment came, Wolfgang and Valerie Bertinelli were right there beside him, hands wrapped around his, whispering words of love as he took his last breath. It was peaceful, but for Wolfgang, that peace came with heartbreak that shattered his world. In that instant, he didn't just lose the man who taught him to play guitar. He lost the one person who always saw him for himself, not as Eddie Van Halen's kid, but as Wolfgang, his son. After his dad's passing, Wolfgang's life went quiet in a way fame could never fill. Grief moved in and made itself at home. When he finally broke his silence, his words crushed hearts across the world. He said, "I've had so many dreams lately where Pop and I are just doing normal things. And then I realize it's a dream. I stop whatever I'm doing and hug him for as long as I can, until I wake up. He was the best father I could ever ask for. Every moment I shared with him, on and off stage, was a gift." Those words hit like a wave, raw, simple, and painfully honest. They captured what millions felt, but only one son could truly understand. But privately, the grief cut even deeper. Wolfgang later explained that losing his father wasn't something that faded. It was something that just sat in the center of his life and refused to move. It didn't shrink, didn't soften, it just stayed. Every stage he stepped onto, every song he played, every success he earned, all of it was haunted by that empty space his dad used to fill. Music became both his comfort and his curse. It healed him while reminding him of what he'd lost. Fame couldn't numb it, and time couldn't erase it. The silence left behind by Eddie Van Halen was louder than any amp Wolfgang would ever plug into. When Eddie was cremated, his ashes were given to Wolfgang, a gesture that spoke volumes without a single word. It wasn't just about tradition or family, it was about trust. Those ashes weren't merely remains, they were a message, a final handoff from father to son. Eddie didn't just leave behind music, he left responsibility, legacy, and love wrapped in that silent, sacred gift. It was his way of saying, "You carry me now." Wolfgang took his father's ashes to Malibu, the place Eddie Van Halen had always called his sanctuary. With the ocean wind brushing against his face and waves crashing hard against the rocks, he stood there in silence and let his father go. As the ashes scattered into the sea, Eddie's spirit seemed to blend with the endless blue, a final return to the peace he'd always found by the water. But grief didn't fade with that moment, it deepened. Because after the ceremonies, when the crowd disappeared and the condolences stopped, Wolfgang was left alone in that empty space between love and loss, trying to learn how to exist in a world that suddenly felt too quiet without his dad in it. Months later, talk started spreading across the industry, plans for a massive Van Halen tribute concert, something legendary, something worthy of Eddie's name. But when everyone assumed Wolfgang would take the stage to perform his father's songs, he stunned the world with one bold decision. He refused. Not a single Van Halen song, not one note. It wasn't defiance. It wasn't pride. It was love, raw and loyal. In one interview, Wolfgang explained it perfectly. He said, "Songwriting is a very therapeutic thing for me. I can get through things that I can't through talking or otherwise. That's a big reason why I don't ever want to play Van Halen songs, because I only want to play with my father, and he's not here to play it." That single quote said everything. For Wolfgang, Van Halen wasn't just a band, it was his father. Every chord, every riff, every lyric was tied to moments they'd shared. Playing those songs without him would have felt hollow, like pretending a wound didn't exist. So instead of chasing nostalgia, Wolfgang turned inward. He poured his grief, his love, and his memories into new music, his own music. Songwriting became his therapy, his way of keeping his dad's spirit alive without reopening the pain every time he picked up a guitar. To Wolfgang, performing Van Halen songs without Eddie beside him wouldn't be a tribute. It would feel like a lie. Playing those iconic riffs alone would have been like hearing an echo with no voice behind it. So he made a choice to move forward, not backward. He decided that the truest way to honor his dad wasn't to replay the past, but to create something new, something that carried Eddie's fire, but burned with Wolfgang's own light. That choice sparked the birth of Mammoth WVH, Wolfgang's solo project, named after Mammoth, the very first band Eddie Van Halen played in before the world even knew his name. But this wasn't some throwback gimmick. It was a full-circle legacy moment that connected father and son forever. Wolfgang revealed, "Growing up, I told my dad that when I had my own band, I'm calling it Mammoth, and here we are." That one line hit like destiny. It wasn't just a name, it was a promise finally kept. Then came Distance. Released only a month after Eddie's passing, it was the first song the world ever heard from Mammoth WVH, and it hit with pure emotional power. Wolfgang never meant for it to be part of an album. He wrote it during his father's final months as a personal goodbye, a musical letter straight from his heart. The lyrics were tender, aching, and honest, but what truly tore people apart was the music video. It wasn't full of glam or concert footage. It was home videos, old grainy clips of Eddie and Wolfgang together, laughing, playing, living life. No fame, no spotlight, just love caught on film. For millions of fans, it was the first time they'd seen Eddie Van Halen not as the unstoppable guitar god, but as Dad, the man behind the legend. And for Wolfgang, that was the only kind of tribute that ever felt real. No arena lights, no massive stage, just truth, raw and beautiful. The world felt it instantly. Distance went viral, racking up millions of views and eventually earning Wolfgang his first ever Grammy nomination. It was a moment that should have been pure triumph, a sign that he'd truly stepped into his own as an artist. But for Wolfgang, it wasn't celebration. It was bittersweet. That Grammy nod didn't feel like victory. It felt like standing in a dream where someone important was missing. He said it himself. It felt surreal, like living in another lifetime, one where his dad should have still been there, cheering him on from the crowd. Wolfgang didn't stop. He pushed forward with fire in his heart. In 2021, he dropped his self-titled debut album, Mammoth WVH, and it hit the rock world like a wave. This wasn't some nostalgic throwback or a rehash of Van Halen's sound. It was something new, something real. Tight, sharp, and packed with emotion, the record carried raw honesty and massive heart. Every song sounded like a piece of Wolfgang's soul, pain, hope, love, and resilience stitched together through riffs that spoke louder than words. Critics didn't just like it, they respected it. They called it mature, fearless, and deeply personal. And the craziest part? Wolfgang did it all himself. Every guitar riff, every drum beat, every bass line, every harmony, it was all him. No bandmates, no ghostwriters, no outside help. This wasn't some famous son cashing in moment. This was a full-on statement. This is who I am. He wasn't trying to copy his father's sound or chase the Van Halen magic that defined a generation. Instead, he carved out his own space, music that nodded to the past while stepping boldly into the future. Even during interviews, Wolfgang made one thing crystal clear. His father's influence was always with him, but not like a shadow hanging overhead. It was a light guiding him forward. Eddie had told him countless times, "Don't worry about living up to the name, just be yourself." That advice became his anchor. It gave him the strength to block out the noise, ignore expectations, and walk his own path with pride and purpose. That mindset didn't just shape his debut, it defined his entire career. Every performance, every lyric, every moment Wolfgang refused to turn Mammoth WVH into a Van Halen tribute act proved something powerful. Grief doesn't have to scream to be felt. It can whisper. It can live quietly between the notes in those spaces where love never fades. Wolfgang showed the world that honoring someone's legacy isn't always about recreating their sound. It's about creating something new that keeps their spirit alive in every single chord. Now, years after Eddie's passing, Wolfgang is still healing. That loss never disappeared. It just changed shape. But right when fans thought the story had reached its quiet ending, Wolfgang did something no one expected. He opened up about his dad in a way that was brutally honest, heartfelt, and stripped of all showmanship. His tribute wasn't about fireworks or fame. It was about truth. For years, the world had been waiting for a massive Van Halen tribute event. Everyone had theories. Would there be a huge concert, a star-packed reunion, maybe a tribute album filled with rock legends? But when the time came, Wolfgang's choice surprised everyone. The tribute had already been happening, silently, beautifully, and consistently. It wasn't about stages or spotlights. It lived inside every song he wrote, every lyric he sang, every time he refused to let grief shut him down. In his own words, Wolfgang explained it perfectly. I think just doing what I do is enough of a reference and tribute. Just me existing and continuing to be my own person and my own musical space. I don't think people realize that. Me just doing that is enough of a tribute and respect toward the life he gave me and the passion he instilled in me. Those words hit deep. He wasn't trying to replace his father or chase his fame. He was honoring him by living, by creating, by keeping the fire burning in his own way. At first, some fans didn't get it. They wanted the big gestures, the reunion tours, the Van Halen covers, the nostalgic nods to the past. But the ones who really listened understood exactly what he meant. He didn't need to cover Panama or Jump to show love. Every song he wrote was a message. Every show was a tribute. Every lyric was a conversation between a son and his father that never truly ended. It was Wolfgang's way of saying, "Dad, I heard you. I'm still carrying it forward." Sure, that approach confused some and even frustrated a few critics, especially those who expected him to lean into Van Halen's legacy on stage. But Wolfgang stood his ground. This wasn't rebellion, it was respect. He understood that Van Halen's music was sacred, something tied directly to his father's spirit. Playing it without Eddie there would have felt wrong, like trying to wake a legend who deserved his rest. But no matter how strong or grounded you are, fame always brings noise, and Wolfgang's had to deal with plenty of it. One casual joke he made about his dad, saying Eddie ruined the 80s because every guitarist tried to copy him, spiraled completely out of control online. It was meant as a playful shout-out to how much Eddie had changed the entire music scene, but the internet twisted it into something harsh and negative. Suddenly, headlines were everywhere, and people were missing the heart behind what he actually said. Wolfgang didn't let that slide. He stepped up fast and set the record straight. He reminded everyone loud and clear that no one on this planet admired Eddie Van Halen more than he did. That ruined the 80s line wasn't shade, it was respect. He was celebrating the fact that his dad's talent was so unreal, it literally changed an entire generation of guitarists. But moments like that show the tightrope Wolfgang has to walk every single day, honoring one of the greatest musicians ever, while still trying to be recognized as his own artist. Carrying the Van Halen name isn't just an honor, it's a heavy weight. Wolfgang's been open about how tough it can be, the pressure, the constant comparisons, the unrealistic expectations. Everyone wants him to be the next Eddie Van Halen, but he's not trying to fill those impossible shoes. He's not Eddie's replacement. He's Wolfgang Van Halen, carving out his own legacy with heart, honesty, and soul. Through all the grief, headlines, and noise, he's shown the world that greatness doesn't have to look the same twice. And through every high and low, one thing's been constant: family. One person in particular has stayed a strong presence in his life. His uncle, Alex Van Halen. Eddie's brother, and the thunder behind Van Halen's legendary sound, Alex may have stepped out of the public eye since Eddie's passing, but behind the scenes, he's been there for Wolfgang every step of the way, quietly supporting him, offering advice, and keeping that deep Van Halen bond alive. It's family loyalty at its strongest. Wolfgang's story is more than a tale about fame. It's about love, loss, and legacy. It's a reminder that you don't need to live in someone's shadow to keep their light shining bright. Every note he plays is a memory. Every lyric is a conversation, and every song is a tribute, not just to Eddie Van Halen, but to what it means to grow, heal, and carry the torch forward. He's proof that honoring the past doesn't mean getting stuck in it. It means building something new on top of everything that came before. So now we want to hear from you. What's your favorite memory of Eddie Van Halen? Which moment, solo or performance, still gives you chills? Drop your answers in the comments below. We love hearing your stories and seeing which Van Halen moments still hit your heart. And hey, if you enjoyed this deep dive into the powerful story of Wolfgang and Eddie Van Halen, don't forget to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to our channel for more stories about music legends who changed the world. Smash that bell icon so you never miss an update. And as always, thank you for watching. We'll catch you in the next video.
Like this one I built. This is the original guitar that
Eddie Van Halen walked into a small pawn shop in the San Fernando Valley carrying a worn black guitar case. Inside it was the instrument that had helped change rock music forever, his legendary Frankenstrat. Eddie wasn't there to sell it. He simply needed an updated insurance appraisal for his guitar collection, something his insurance company required from time to time. A friend had recommended the shop's owner, a man named Lou, saying he was knowledgeable about vintage guitars and had been appraising instruments for decades. It sounded simple enough. Eddie figured he'd bring in one guitar first just to see how knowledgeable this so-called expert really was before trusting him with the rest of the collection. He chose the Frankenstrat, not because it was the most expensive guitar he owned, but because it was the most historically significant.
2-foot thick cinder block, rebar-enforced concrete fill.
This was the instrument Eddie had built himself in the 1970s by combining parts from different guitars. It was the same red, white, and black striped guitar that appeared on Van Halen album covers and in countless performances. It had become one of the most recognizable instruments in rock history. Eddie stepped up to the counter and gently placed the case down. Lou, a man in his late 60s with reading glasses perched on the end of his nose, looked up from behind the counter. The shop looked exactly like what you'd expect from a valley pawn shop. Barred windows, guitars hanging along the walls, glass display cases filled with watches, jewelry, and electronics, and shelves stacked with decades' worth of random trade-ins. "You must be the guy who called about appraisals," Lou said casually. "That's me," Eddie replied. He flipped open the latches and lifted the lid. Inside lay the Frankenstrat, its famous striped paint and worn hardware telling the story of years on the road. Lou leaned forward, glanced at it for barely a moment, and immediately shook his head. "Ah, man," he sighed. "That's a shame." Eddie blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" Lou carefully lifted the guitar out of the case and turned it in his hands, studying it with the confidence of someone who believed he'd seen everything. "Someone sold you a knockoff," Lou said matter-of-factly. "A knockoff?" Eddie repeated. "Yeah," Lou said, nodding. "This is clearly a homemade copy of Eddie Van Halen's Frankenstrat. I see these all the time. Fans try to recreate the real one." He pointed at the body as if presenting evidence. "See these stripes? Not quite right. The wear pattern is wrong too. And these modifications look pretty amateur." Lou gave a small shrug and slid the guitar back toward the case. "The real Frankenstrat is probably locked away in a museum somewhere," he continued confidently. "This one's just somebody's attempt to copy it." Eddie stood there silently, watching the man evaluate the very guitar that had defined his career. Lou closed the case halfway and pushed it across the counter. "I'll tell you what," he said. "I'll give you $50 for parts. The pickups might still be salvageable." For a brief moment, the pawn shop went completely quiet. "I appreciate you taking the time," Eddie said politely. "No problem," Lou replied, gesturing toward the counter. "Let's see what you've got. Set it right here." Eddie placed the battered guitar case on the glass counter and flipped open the latches. Slowly, he lifted the lid, revealing the instrument inside. The Frankenstrat lay there in all its chaotic glory, the red body sliced with white and black stripes, paint chipped and worn from years of touring. The guitar looked like a piece of rock history because it was. The body carried the scars of thousands of performances. The custom modifications told the story of a young guitarist who had experimented endlessly to create a sound no one had heard before. There was the single humbucker pickup Eddie had installed himself, the brass nut he had carefully fitted to improve tone and sustain. The tremolo system he had endlessly tweaked and adjusted until it responded exactly the way he wanted. Every detail was a chapter in the guitar's journey. Lou leaned forward and glanced at it. Almost instantly, his face tightened into an expression that mixed disappointment with sympathy. "Ah, man," Lou sighed, slowly shaking his head. "That's a shame." Eddie blinked. "What do you mean?" "Someone sold you a knockoff." "A knockoff?" Eddie repeated. "Yeah," Lou said confidently as he lifted the guitar from the case. He held it under the desk lamp and tilted it back and forth, studying the surface like a detective examining evidence. After 30 years of appraising instruments, Lou carried himself with the certainty of someone who believed he could spot a fake from across the room.
I've wasted a lot of guitars. I've stumbled onto a lot of great ideas.
"This is clearly a homemade copy of Eddie Van Halen's Frankenstrat," Lou said. "You know, the famous striped guitar. The real one is probably sitting in a museum somewhere. Smithsonian, maybe, or the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame." He gave the instrument another skeptical look. "This one? This is just some fan's attempt to recreate it. And honestly, it's not even a great recreation." Lou slid his reading glasses onto his nose and began a much more detailed inspection. "Let's start with the body," he said, turning the guitar under the light. "This looks like a standard Strat-style body from the 70s based on the routing. But look at these stripes." He tapped the paint with his finger. "They're hand-painted. You can actually see the brush strokes if you look closely. The edges aren't perfectly crisp either. The real Frankenstrat, at least from the photos I've seen, had cleaner striping." Lou traced one of the lines with his fingertip. "This looks like someone painted it in their garage." He leaned closer. "And the pattern isn't quite right. The angles are close, but not exact. Anyone doing a serious replica would have measured these carefully from photographs. This looks eyeballed." Moving on, Lou began examining the hardware. "Now take a look at these modifications," he continued. "You've got the single humbucker pickup like Van Halen's guitar, sure, but the installation is sloppy." He pointed at the pickup ring. "See how it sits slightly uneven? And the wiring." Lou flipped the guitar over and peered into the back cavity. "It works, but it's not professional work. It looks like someone who knew just enough to be dangerous, but not enough to do it cleanly." Eddie stood quietly, watching with growing amusement as Lou carefully explained why the guitar in his hands couldn't possibly be real. Each observation Lou made was technically correct, but every conclusion was completely wrong. Lou moved on to the tremolo system. "This bridge has been modified," he said. "You can tell, but again, amateur modification. The springs are non-standard. The tension setup is unusual, and there are tool marks that show trial and error." He shook his head. "Van Halen's real guitar would have been worked on by professional guitar techs. This looks like backyard experimentation. Lou turned the instrument over again and studied the neck. The neck itself is genuine Fender, he admitted. I'll give you that. Probably mid-70s based on the headstock shape. He ran his thumb along the frets. But the fretwork, not good. Uneven in places. That would make the guitar nearly unplayable at a professional level. The real Frankenstrat would have had perfect fretwork maintained by the best technicians in the business. Then Lou pointed at the brass nut. Same thing here. The brass nut is the right idea. That's something Van Halen did. But look at the installation. Rough file marks. And it sits a little high, which would throw off the intonation. Finally, Lou leaned back and examined the overall wear on the instrument. And this, he said, is the biggest clue that it's a replica. He pointed to the worn areas on the body. The wear pattern. Yes, someone clearly played this guitar a lot, but the wear is wrong. The real Frankenstrat has very specific wear marks from decades of Van Halen's playing style and stage movements. He shrugged. This wear is generic, like someone played it a lot, sure, but not like Eddie Van Halen played it. With that, Lou gently set the guitar back into the case and closed it halfway, clearly convinced the mystery had been solved. I see these all the time, Lou continued confidently. Superfans who build replicas, or worse, scammers who try to pass them off as the real thing. He leaned on the counter and looked at Eddie with mild curiosity. Did you pay a lot for this? Eddie paused for a moment before answering carefully. I didn't pay anything for it, he said. I built it. Lou's expression softened instantly. His skepticism melted into something closer to polite sympathy. Oh, you built it yourself, Lou said with a nod, as a tribute to Van Halen's guitar. He gave the instrument another glance and shrugged. That's actually pretty cool as a fan project. I mean, the striping isn't exact, but it's decent work. You clearly put time into it. Lou pushed the case slightly toward Eddie. But as an investment or collectible, I'm afraid it's not worth much. Eddie folded his arms casually. What would you value it at? He asked, genuinely curious what the expert would say next. Lou thought for a moment, tapping his fingers on the counter as if calculating the value of the materials. Well, for insurance purposes, maybe around $200, he said finally. That would cover the parts and the labor you probably put into it. Then he added with a small shrug, but realistically, if you tried to sell it, maybe $50. Eddie raised an eyebrow. 50? Sorry, Lou said sincerely. I know that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but I've been doing this for 30 years. I know the market. He gestured toward the guitar case. Homemade replica guitars just don't have much resale value. Most buyers would only be interested in salvaging the parts, the pickup, the hardware, maybe the neck if it's decent. Eddie nodded slowly. $50, he repeated. Lou gave him an apologetic smile. Now, if you had the real Frankenstrat, Lou said with a chuckle, that would be worth millions. He shook his head at the absurdity of the idea. But of course, the real one is sitting in a museum somewhere. Eddie looked at him calmly. Actually, he said, it's not in a museum. Lou frowned. What do you mean? It's right here. The shop went quiet. This is the real Frankenstrat, Eddie said. I built it in 1978. Then he added simply, I'm Eddie Van Halen. Lou stared at him. Then he looked at the guitar, then back at Eddie again. For a moment, his face showed the unmistakable expression of someone trying to decide whether he was hearing a joke or walking straight into a scam. You're Eddie Van Halen, Lou said slowly. Yes, Eddie replied. The guitarist from Van Halen. And that guitar, Lou said carefully. The one on the album covers? That's right. The one you recorded with? Yep. Lou blinked. I built it myself in my garage, Eddie continued. That's why the stripes are hand-painted. I painted them by hand, and the modifications look amateur because I was an amateur when I made them. He gave a small shrug. I was just a kid trying to build a guitar I couldn't afford to buy. Lou slowly sank down onto the stool behind the counter. The realization was hitting him all at once. I just offered Eddie Van Halen $50, he muttered. He rubbed his face. For the most famous guitar in rock history. The lone customer browsing the shop had already pulled out his phone and started recording. He stepped closer, barely containing his excitement. You literally just called the Frankenstrat a fake, the man said. That's actually Eddie Van Halen. Lou looked at the customer, then back at Eddie, and reality finally crashed down on him. Mr. Van Halen, Lou said quietly, I am so sorry. He shook his head in disbelief. The case is so beat up, and you walked in like any normal customer. I just assumed. Why would Eddie Van Halen walk into my pawn shop? I needed an insurance appraisal, Eddie said calmly. A friend recommended you. Lou stared at the guitar again, this time picking it up with almost reverent care. Everything he saw now looked completely different. The stripes, they're not wrong, Lou said slowly. They're original, hand-painted by you in 1978. He leaned closer to the finish. The brush strokes aren't proof it's fake. They're proof of where it came from. His eyes moved across the body. The angles aren't mistakes. They're exactly how you painted them. Then he examined the electronics again. The pickup installation isn't sloppy, Lou said. It's custom work from before anyone had templates for this kind of thing. He looked into the wiring cavity. The wiring isn't amateur, he murmured. It's pioneering. Lou lifted the tremolo system again, studying it like a museum curator examining an artifact. The springs, the setup, this isn't backyard experimentation. He looked up at Eddie, almost stunned. This is the configuration that created sounds nobody had ever heard before. Lou swallowed. And those tool marks. He slowly shook his head. That wasn't trial and error. That was innovation. Lou lifted the guitar again, studying it with a completely different perspective now. He examined the neck more carefully, running his fingers slowly along the frets. The frets aren't badly replaced, he said quietly. They're worn from decades of real performances. His eyes moved down to the brass nut. And these file marks on the brass nut, Lou continued, shaking his head slightly. They're not rough installation. They're proof that you made this yourself, by hand, because you didn't have the money to buy the parts you needed. He turned the guitar slightly under the light again. And the wear pattern, Lou added. The wear isn't wrong. He paused, letting the realization settle in. It's perfectly right. Lou looked up at Eddie. This isn't a replica trying to copy the wear of the real guitar. He gently tapped the body. This is the original pattern, the one every replica tries to imitate. He exhaled slowly. This guitar is the template. For a moment, Lou simply stared at the instrument in his hands, as if trying to process the magnitude of what he was holding. Finally, he asked the question that had been hanging in the air. How much is this guitar actually worth? Eddie shrugged slightly. Somewhere between $1 and $2 million, he said. Then he smiled softly. But to me, it's priceless. I'd never sell it. Lou carefully placed the Frankenstrat back into its case as if it were a museum artifact. He rubbed his forehead and laughed in disbelief. I just appraised a $2 million guitar at $50, he said. He shook his head again. That's 40,000 times wrong. Lou looked back at Eddie, still stunned. Everything I pointed to as proof it was fake, was actually proof it was real. Eddie chuckled. To be fair, he said, your logic was sound. Lou blinked in surprise. If this had been a replica, everything you noticed would have been good evidence, Eddie continued. You were evaluating it based on what you thought it was, a fan-made tribute guitar. He shrugged lightly. And honestly, your appraisal of a replica's value was probably accurate. Lou shook his head again. But it's not a replica, he said slowly. It's the actual, historical, iconic Frankenstrat, the guitar that changed rock music. He sighed deeply. And I told you nobody wants fake custom guitars and offered you $50 for parts. The customer filming the whole scene was still holding his phone up. Lou noticed and groaned quietly. This is going to be all over the internet tonight, isn't it? Already is, the customer replied. He turned the phone screen toward Lou. A live stream was already running. The title read, Pawn Shop Calls Frankenstrat Fake to Eddie Van Halen. The viewer count was climbing into the hundreds in real time. Eddie reached into his wallet and pulled out a card. Here, he said, handing it across the counter. That's my manager's contact information. The insurance company still needs a certified appraisal. Lou accepted the card carefully. But I appreciate you being honest, Eddie added. You told me exactly what you believed. That's what a good appraiser is supposed to do. After Eddie left the shop, Lou stood there for several minutes just trying to process what had happened. Meanwhile, the video had already begun spreading online. The customer uploaded it with the caption, Pawn shop owner calls Eddie Van Halen's Frankenstrat a knockoff. Within hours, it exploded across social media. Comments poured in non-stop. He offered $50 for a $2 million guitar. The confidence to tell Eddie Van Halen his mods looked amateur. Everything he said proved it was fake, actually proved it was real. Someone even turned Lou's stunned expression into a meme. His phone started ringing constantly. News outlets called, guitar magazines called, other pawn shop owners called, some teasing him, others offering sympathy. But something unexpected happened too. Guitar collectors began visiting Lou's shop specifically because of the video. If you're brave enough to critique Eddie Van Halen's guitar, one collector joked, I trust your honesty. Over the years, Lou ended up telling the story hundreds of times. I learned two important lessons that day, he would say. First, never assume something is fake just because it looks handmade or worn. Sometimes those are the very signs of authenticity. And second, he added with a small smile, Eddie Van Halen was one of the most gracious people I ever met. When I was completely wrong, he could have humiliated me. Instead, he understood I was just doing my job. When Eddie passed away in 2020, Lou posted a tribute on the pawn shop's social media page. In 2011, he wrote, I told Eddie Van Halen his Frankenstrat was a worthless knockoff and offered him $50 for parts. I accidentally appraised the most famous guitar in rock history as junk. But Eddie responded with kindness and understanding. He knew I was just doing my job, even though I was spectacularly wrong. The story of that day at Lou's pawn shop became one of those rare moments where history, humility, and humor all collided in the same room. What started as a routine insurance appraisal turned into a reminder of something deeper. How easily even experts can miss the truth when they're looking at something through the wrong assumptions. Lou had spent 30 years studying guitars, authenticating instruments, and evaluating countless pieces of musical equipment. By every standard, he was experienced and knowledgeable. Yet standing in front of him was the very guitar that helped reshape rock music, and he didn't recognize it. Not because he lacked skill, but because the Frankenstrat didn't look like what people expected greatness to look like. It looked rough, handmade, imperfect. But those imperfections were exactly what made it legendary. The brush strokes and the paint weren't mistakes. They were the fingerprints of creativity. The uneven modifications weren't sloppy work. They were the experiments of a young musician chasing a sound no one had discovered yet. The wear on the body wasn't damage. It was history etched into wood and metal after thousands of nights on stage. And perhaps the most remarkable part of the entire story wasn't the pawnshop mistake. It was Eddie Van Halen's response. He could have mocked Lou. He could have embarrassed him or turned the moment into a humiliating viral spectacle. Instead, he showed patience and kindness. He understood that Lou had simply done what any appraiser would do, evaluate the guitar based on the information he had at the time. That kind of grace says a lot about who Eddie Van Halen was, not just as a musician, but as a person. Today, the Frankenstrat stands as one of the most iconic instruments ever created. A guitar built in a garage by a young guitarist who refused to accept the limitations placed in front of him. A guitar that helped define the sound of an entire generation. Rest in peace to the legend who built a guitar in his garage that changed music forever, and who still had the humility to forgive the pawn shop owner who didn't recognize it. If this story moved you, take a moment to support the channel. Like the video, subscribe for more incredible untold stories from music and Hollywood history, and share this video with someone who would appreciate it. And now we'd love to hear from you. Have you ever completely misjudged the value of something important, only to realize later how wrong you were? Tell us your story in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
We had a Radio Shack computer, and we ended up numbering everything, punch it up on the computer, tell me what was on it.
Eddie Van Halen was cruising through Pasadena when a random pawn shop caught his eye. Golden State Pawn and Music. The kind of spot that screamed hidden treasure. Inside, dusty guitars lined the walls, old amps hummed softly, and the faint smell of aged wood filled the air. Eddie had always loved places like this, even with all his fame and fortune. He could buy any guitar on earth, yet there was something thrilling about stumbling on a piece of forgotten magic. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon in March 2001, and Eddie had time to burn before grabbing lunch with his son, Wolfgang. He parked outside, tossed on his classic low-key fit, jeans, a plain gray hoodie, shades, and a Dodgers cap, and slipped inside. The shop was cluttered but charming, a mix of musical gear, jewelry, and random gadgets stacked from floor to ceiling. Behind the counter stood the owner, a silver-haired man named Raymond Chen, who glanced up and asked, "Help you find something?" "Just browsing," Eddie said with a nod. "Mind if I check out the guitars?" "Go ahead," Raymond replied. "Try anything that catches your eye." Eddie wandered over to the guitar wall, maybe 20 instruments in total. Most were budget models, the kind of guitars weekend players might grab to jam in their garages. Nothing too wild. Until something in the corner made him freeze. Partially hidden behind a shiny newer Fender was a beat-up old Tasco Del Rey, a cheap Japanese model from the 60s, the kind of guitar kids bought when Gibsons and Fenders were way out of reach. Its paint was chipped and faded, the pick guard cracked, and the wood worn smooth where countless hands had played it. But that wasn't what stopped Eddie cold. It was the modifications. Someone had replaced the bridge with a rough handmade vibrato system. The pickup switch had been moved to an odd spot, and right there, carved into the back of the headstock, were 3 unmistakable letters, EVH. Eddie's heart slammed in his chest. Those were his initials, his carving, the one he'd scratched in himself as a teenager. His mind flashed back to the nights in his parents' garage, hands covered in sawdust and sweat, trying to make this cheap guitar sound like the big ones his heroes played. This wasn't just a Tasco Del Rey. This was his Tasco Del Rey. The same guitar he bought used when he was 15, after saving every penny from his paper route. the same one he'd practiced on until his fingers bled, the same one he thought had vanished forever. He stepped closer, almost afraid to touch it, his reflection flickering in the scratched finish. For a second, the shop disappeared. It was just him and that old guitar, like time had folded in on itself. Then his voice cracked the silence. "How much for this one?" he asked, pointing. Raymond shook his head immediately. "That one's not for sale. Belonged to Eddie Van Halen when he was a kid. It's going to be worth a fortune someday. I'm keeping it." Eddie stared at him for a long moment, emotions swirling, disbelief, nostalgia, and a strange twist of irony. He took a slow breath, eyes still locked on the guitar, and said softly, almost like a confession, "I need to tell you something." The words hung in the air like static. The pawn shop's old neon sign flickered outside, and for just a heartbeat it felt like the universe had played one of its wildest tricks, bringing Eddie Van Halen face to face with the very first spark that had started it all. Eddie couldn't believe what he was holding in his hands, the same guitar he'd sold way back in 1974. Back then, Van Halen wasn't a big name yet. He was just a hungry musician scraping for every dime trying to buy better gear for his band. When money got tight, he sold his beloved Tasco Del Rey to a Pasadena music shop for $75. It was a desperate move, one he'd regretted for years. He'd assumed that guitar had vanished into history forever. But here it was, nearly 3 decades later, hanging on a pawn shop wall like a ghost from his past. His hands actually trembled as he lifted it down. The weight felt right. The worn neck fit his grip perfectly, like it had been waiting for him all along. He flipped it over, and there they were, carved deep into the back of the headstock, EVH, the same letters he'd scratched in with a pocket knife when he was 16, thinking maybe, just maybe, those initials would mean something one day. "That's a cool old guitar, right?" Raymond said, noticing how focused Eddie was. Eddie tried to steady his voice. "Yeah, it's, really cool." "How much?" he asked, almost too casually. Raymond's smile faded. "Ah, sorry, that one's not for sale." Eddie blinked. "Not for sale, but this is a pawn shop." "I know," Raymond replied, his tone dropping like he was guarding a secret. "But that piece right there, that one's special. It's got history." "What kind of history?" Eddie asked, his heart thumping. Raymond grinned proudly. "See those initials on the back? EVH. That stands for Eddie Van Halen. The Eddie Van Halen. This was his guitar when he was just a kid, before the fame, before the world even knew his name." Eddie stared hard at the shop owner. "And how do you know that?" "The guy who sold it to me told me the story," Raymond said. "Back in '74, Eddie Van Halen sold this very guitar to a music shop right here in Pasadena. He needed cash to upgrade his equipment. The store owner loved it so much he kept it in his private collection for years. When he retired last year, he sold everything off, and I managed to get my hands on this beauty. It's authenticated. I've even got the provenance paperwork." Eddie swallowed hard. "Can I see the paperwork?" Raymond hesitated, then shrugged. "Sure, why not?" He disappeared into the back room and came back holding a worn folder. Inside was a faded handwritten receipt dated 1974, signed by a teenage Eddie Van Halen himself. It read, "One Tasco Del Rey guitar sold to Mel's Music, $75. There was even a letter from the shop owner written in 2000 detailing the guitar's story and confirming its authenticity. Eddie stared at the documents, his chest tightening. Every pen stroke, every smudge, all of it was real. He remembered the day he wrote that receipt like it was yesterday. 19 years old, broke, desperate, and determined to keep the dream alive. "So you see why I can't sell it," Raymond said proudly. "This guitar's going to be worth a fortune one day. Eddie Van Halen is a legend. Someday this thing's going to be sitting behind glass in a museum. Eddie looked up, voice low but steady. What if Eddie Van Halen wanted to buy it back? Raymond laughed like it was the funniest thing he'd heard all week. Eddie Van Halen doesn't even know this guitar still exists. And even if he did, come on, the guy's got custom guitars worth thousands. Why would he care about a beat-up old Tasco? Eddie looked down at the guitar resting in his hands, his reflection dancing across the worn finish. Why would he care? Because this wasn't just an instrument, it was him. It was the version of Eddie who once didn't know if he'd ever make it, who saved every dollar from paper routes and tiny gigs, who carved those initials with the wild belief that one day, somehow, they'd matter. Eddie took a deep breath, his voice calm but heavy with emotion. What if I told you, he said slowly, that I'm Eddie Van Halen, and this is my guitar. I'd really like to buy it back. For a moment, Raymond just stared, then burst out laughing. Right, and I'm Jimi Hendrix. Nice try, man. I've had people pull all kinds of stunts trying to talk me into selling this thing. You'll have to do better than pretending to be Eddie Van Halen. Eddie didn't say a word. He just reached up, pulled off his sunglasses, and set his Dodgers cap on the counter. Raymond's laughter stopped instantly. He looked at Eddie again, really looked, and all the color drained from his face. His jaw went slack as the realization hit him like a wave. Oh my God, he whispered. I carved those initials when I was 16, Eddie said quietly. EVH. I built that bridge myself because I couldn't afford a real vibrato system. Moved the pickup switch because the stock position didn't fit how I played. And yeah, I sold it in 1974 to Mel's Music for $75. We had a gig coming up and my amp had blown out. I needed the money. He traced his fingers along the body of the guitar, the same way he might trace old memories. I've thought about this guitar 100 times since then, wondering where it ended up. Raymond sank onto a stool, still staring in disbelief. You're really Eddie Van Halen, he muttered, half to himself. I really am, Eddie said softly. And this is really your guitar? It really is. For a few seconds, the only sound in the shop was the faint buzz of an amp somewhere in the back. Raymond looked at the instrument, then back at Eddie, then again at the guitar. The dream of owning a piece of rock history had just collided with rock history itself, standing right there in his pawn shop asking for it back. I paid $8,000 for this guitar, Raymond finally said, almost apologetic. Eddie nodded without hesitation. That's fair. I'll give you 10. 10,000? Raymond's eyebrows shot up. Yeah, Eddie said firmly. This guitar is part of my story, part of who I am. I can't really put a price on that, but 10 grand feels fair, covers what you paid, and then some. Raymond was silent for a long time, weighing his options, his fingers drumming on the counter. You could almost see the tug of war happening in his head, between his wallet and his conscience. Mr. Van Halen, he said at last, his voice softer now. Can I ask you something? Of course, Eddie replied. Why does this guitar matter to you? I mean, you've played in front of millions of people. You've got guitars that cost more than my house. You've got a whole signature line. Why care about this beat-up old Tasco? Eddie pulled up a stool beside him, still cradling the guitar like an old friend. He smiled faintly, the kind of smile that carried decades of memories. You know how you said this guitar would be worth a fortune someday? Raymond nodded. You're probably right, Eddie said, but that's not why I care about it. He ran his thumb along the neck, eyes far away. When I bought this, I was 15. My family had just come from Holland. We didn't have much. No fancy gear, no backup plan. I was just a shy Dutch kid who could barely speak English, trying to fit in by learning to play guitar. This was everything to me. He laughed softly, almost to himself. I practiced on this thing until my fingers bled. I took it apart just to figure out how it worked because I couldn't afford better equipment. Every little mistake, every scratch, every mod. That's all part of who I became. Eddie looked back up at Raymond, eyes shining with something real. So yeah, it's just an old Tasco to most people. But to me, it's where everything started. Eddie brushed his thumb across the old, worn finish, his voice soft but steady. I carved my initials into it because I had this wild dream that one day the name Eddie Van Halen would actually mean something. He smiled faintly, tracing one of the deep scratches near the bridge. Every mark on this guitar tells a story. Every dent, every mod, it's all proof of who I was before the fame, before the lights, before I became Eddie Van Halen, the rock star. He looked up, his eyes distant but full of warmth. This, he said, tapping the body, this is Eddie Van Halen, the kid, the dreamer, the guy who didn't know if he'd make it but refused to quit. Raymond sat silently, soaking in every word. I don't need this guitar, Eddie went on. I've got plenty, dozens, maybe more. But I want this one, because sometimes, man, I forget what it was like to be that kid. Uncertain, hungry, chasing something that felt impossible. This guitar reminds me. It connects me to the guy who started it all. Raymond's gaze drifted from the guitar to the paperwork lying on the counter, then back to Eddie's face. His eyes softened. Mr. Van Halen, he said slowly, I can't sell you this guitar. Eddie's chest tightened. I get it, he said quietly. You paid a lot for it. I don't want to put you in a tough spot. Raymond shook his head firmly. No, you don't understand. I can't sell you this guitar because it's already yours. It's always been yours. I've just been holding on to it without realizing it. He pushed the folder and the guitar case across the counter. Take it. No charge. This guitar belongs with you. Eddie blinked, caught off guard. I can't do that, he said, shaking his head. You paid $8,000 for it. Raymond grinned. I'll make that back on the story. Do you know how many people I'm going to tell about the day Eddie Van Halen walked into my shop and I tried to sell him his own guitar? That story alone is worth more than $8,000. Eddie laughed softly but still shook his head. At least let me pay you back what you invested. The two of them went back and forth for nearly 20 minutes. Eddie insisting on paying the full $10,000, Raymond refusing to take more than $5,000, calling it a finder's fee for reuniting the guitar with its true owner. In the end, they compromised at $7,000. Eddie wrote the check with a grin, and Raymond wrote up a receipt that would one day become part of music history. As Eddie prepared to leave, Raymond called out, Can I ask one favor? Name it, Eddie said, adjusting the guitar case in his hand. Let's take a photo, you, me, and the guitar. I want to remember this moment forever. Eddie smiled. You got it. They snapped a handful of pictures, Eddie holding the guitar proudly, Raymond holding it like a trophy, and both of them grinning side by side with the instrument between them. Before leaving, Eddie pulled out a pen and signed one of the photos. To Raymond, he wrote, Thanks for keeping my guitar safe. Eddie Van Halen, 2001. Raymond looked at the signature and just shook his head, still half in disbelief. As Eddie started walking toward the door, guitar case in hand, Raymond's voice stopped him. Mr. Van Halen, one more question. Eddie turned, smiling. Sure, what's up? What are you going to do with it? Put it in a display case, maybe a museum? Eddie looked down at the guitar case, running his hand across the handle like it was something alive again. Nah, he said with a grin. I'm going to play it. That's what guitars are for. Maybe I'll even write a song on it." Eddie kept that promise, and he meant it with his whole heart. The old Tasco Del Rey didn't end up locked behind glass or sitting forgotten in a vault. Instead, it became a living part of his collection, a piece of his soul that still sang. He'd pull it out during late-night writing sessions, letting the feel of that worn neck and the weight of its body take him straight back to those early garage days in Pasadena. Every scratch, every faded patch of paint, it all reminded him of where he started. A broke teenager with a dream too big to quit. Sometimes Eddie would hand the guitar to his son Wolfgang and tell him stories. "This is where it all began," he'd say with a grin. He showed Wolfgang the exact spots where he'd modified the bridge, the little nicks he'd made with a file in his parents' garage, the initials he carved when he was just a kid trying to believe in himself. Wolfgang would strum a few chords, laughing at how unpolished it felt compared to his dad's high-end guitars. Eddie would just smile and say, "Yeah, but this one started it all." The Tasco wasn't about money or fame, it was about roots. It reminded Eddie that no matter how big the stage got, he'd built everything from nothing but determination, a paper route, and a dream. Whenever the world felt too fast or too loud, he'd grab that guitar, close his eyes, and let it ground him. To him, it wasn't an antique. It was home. When Eddie Van Halen passed away in 2020, the world mourned one of the greatest guitarists to ever live. But in a small pawn shop in Pasadena, another story quietly resurfaced. Raymond Chen, the shop owner who'd unknowingly guarded that piece of Eddie's history, decided to share their encounter with the world. He posted the photos from that unforgettable day. Him and Eddie side by side, both smiling like kids, holding the weathered old guitar that connected two completely different worlds. He wrote about how Eddie had walked in like any other customer, polite, humble, and full of stories. And how, by pure fate, that guitar had found its way back to the hands that gave it life. Within hours, the post exploded online. Thousands of fans shared it, calling it one of the most heartwarming rock stories ever told. Comments poured in from all over the world, people in awe of Raymond's kindness, Eddie's humility, and the poetic way fate had reunited them through music. One comment captured it perfectly. "It's not just about a guitar. It's about remembering where you came from, no matter how far you go." That old Tasco Del Rey had traveled across decades, through countless hands and forgotten corners, only to end up exactly where it belonged, in the arms of the dreamer who believed in it first. And even after Eddie was gone, the story of that guitar kept playing on, like a song that never really ends. After Raymond's post went viral, the story of Eddie Van Halen and his long-lost Tasco Del Rey spread across the world like wildfire. Fans couldn't get enough. Music magazines picked it up, news stations ran short features, and guitar forums were buzzing with emotion. Everyone felt connected to that story, not just because it was about a rock legend, but because it reminded people of something bigger, the power of holding on to your roots. Raymond's pawn shop suddenly became a place of pilgrimage. People from all over Pasadena, and even from out of state, came by just to see the spot where Eddie had stood. Raymond hung one of the signed photos behind the counter, framed in glass. Underneath it, he placed a simple sign that read, "The day Eddie Van Halen came home." He'd tell visitors about how Eddie smiled, how humble he was, and how he refused to take the guitar for free. You could see it in his eyes, Raymond would say, his voice soft with nostalgia. That guitar wasn't just wood and strings. It was his story. And when he touched it again, it was like he was touching time itself. Meanwhile, Wolfgang Van Halen carried the story forward. A few months after his father's passing, he shared a post of his own. It was a picture of the Tasco del Rey resting in Eddie's studio, the same one Eddie had rebuilt into a creative sanctuary. Wolfgang wrote, "Dad never forgot where he started. This guitar reminded him that greatness doesn't come from perfection, it comes from passion." Fans flooded the comments with tears and love. It wasn't just about Eddie's skill anymore, it was about his heart. People who had never picked up a guitar felt inspired to chase their own dreams again. The story had become something more than music. It was a symbol of never losing touch with the fire that started it all. Months later, Raymond received a small package in the mail with no return address. Inside was a handwritten note that read, "Thanks again for keeping my guitar safe, Eddie." Tucked beside the note was a signed photo of the Tasco del Rey on stage, bathed in red lights, a crowd roaring in the background. Eddie had played it live again before his passing, one last time. That photo became Raymond's most cherished keepsake, a piece of history frozen in perfect symmetry. Years passed, but the story never faded. It kept circulating online, sometimes retold in articles, other times whispered in videos about Eddie's legacy. And every time it resurfaced, new generations discovered it and felt that same spark of awe. Even now, fans say that if you visit Pasadena and step into what used to be Golden State Pawn and Music, you can still feel a strange energy in the air, like the walls themselves remember. Raymond eventually retired, but he left that framed photo right where it had always been. Above the counter, Eddie's grin still shines, holding the old guitar that once carried his teenage dreams. And if you listen closely, you can almost imagine it. The faint sound of a single guitar note hanging in the air, alive again, like it never stopped playing. Because in the end, that Tasco del Rey wasn't just a relic, it was a heartbeat. It carried the story of a young kid who believed in himself enough to carve his name into the wood, and a man who never stopped chasing the sound of possibility. And that, my friends, is the story of the guitar that found its way back home, the one that reminded Eddie Van Halen where it all began. If you love this story, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more unbelievable true tales from the world of music. Let me know in the comments what part of Eddie's story hit you the hardest. The discovery, the reunion, or that final promise to wake it up. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
And when you heard glad all over, boom, 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 immediately we said, okay, enough piano.
Eddie Van Halen stepped into a sleek high-rise recording studio in Century City on a Thursday morning in March 2010, expecting nothing more than a quiet favor for an old friend. He wasn't there to chase a contract, prove a point, or make some grand entrance. He had only come to support Marcus, his friend's 22-year-old nephew, a gifted young guitarist who had landed an audition for a major label project. It was the kind of opportunity that could change a career overnight. And Marcus had been nervous enough to ask for moral support. Eddie, loyal as ever, had simply said yes.
It just engulfs you. It's like, you just feel it, It makes you vibrate.
When he arrived and took the elevator up to the studio floor, he walked into a waiting room packed with guitarists. There were 15, maybe 20 of them, most in their 20s, each holding a guitar case like it contained their future. The room was filled with that strange mixture of confidence and panic that always hangs in the air before a high-stakes audition. Some sat silently, rehearsing finger patterns on their knees. Others talked too much, trying to sound relaxed. Everyone looked like they were carrying the weight of a life-changing moment. Marcus spotted Eddie the second he came in, and the tension in his face eased. "Uncle Eddie, you came." Eddie wasn't actually his uncle, but he had known the family for years, and the name had stuck. He gave Marcus a calm smile and nodded. "Of course. How you feeling?" "Terrified," Marcus admitted. "This is huge. The producer is Richard Castellano. He's signed 3 platinum acts in the last 2 years. If I get this gig, it could change everything. Eddie had heard the name before. Richard Castellano was one of those powerful A&R men whose opinion could launch a career or shut a door before it ever opened. He had a reputation for being blunt, impatient, and almost brutally efficient. Not needlessly cruel, just hardened by an industry where thousands of talented people fought for every inch of space. Men like Castellano learned to make fast judgments, cut through the noise, and move on without apology. Eddie quietly took a seat in the corner beside the other waiting guitarists. He didn't announce himself. He didn't expect anyone to recognize him. He was simply there for Marcus. Around him, the room looked less like a lobby and more like a guitar shop after an earthquake. Cases leaning against chairs, straps dangling, cables spilling from backpacks. Every face held the same nervous question. Would 30 seconds be enough to change a life? Then the studio door opened. Out walked Richard Castellano, a man in his 50s dressed in an expensive suit, tablet in hand, carrying himself with the detached authority of someone who had heard every sales pitch, every desperate promise, every claim to greatness. He scanned the crowded room, sighed once, and looked instantly unimpressed. "All right, listen up," he said, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. "Let me save everyone some time and some disappointment. I've heard 1,000 guitarists this week. Actually, make that closer to 3,000 this month. Every one of them thinks they're special. Every one of them thinks they've got some unique sound the world has never heard before. Most of you don't." The room went still. "You're all good," he continued. "You wouldn't be here if you weren't competent. But good is useless to me. I need exceptional. You get 30 seconds to show me something I haven't heard before, or you're done. And let me make this easy for you. If you're planning to play Stairway to Heaven, Eruption, or any other cover, don't bother. I need originality, not imitation." He pointed to the first guitarist. "You're up." Then, as his eyes swept the room again, they landed on Eddie, sitting quietly in the corner among the younger musicians. Castellano paused, studying him with open skepticism. "You too, old-timer," he said. "You auditioning or just waiting for someone?"
Then it was a fight over who got to play drums.
A few heads turned. Marcus froze. The room held its breath. Eddie looked up, amused rather than offended, and answered with the easy calm of a man who had nothing to prove. "I can audition if you want." Castellano gave him a doubtful look, then shrugged. "Sure. When we get to you, you've got 30 seconds like everyone else. Impress me." Eddie just nodded. At that moment, nobody in the room could have guessed what was coming. To Castellano, he was just another older guy in a waiting room full of hopefuls. To the young guitarists, he was a quiet presence in the corner, maybe supportive, maybe curious, maybe someone tagging along. But 2 hours later, what began as a routine audition session would become one of the most unforgettable stories the music industry had ever whispered about. Because Richard Castellano thought he was testing another guitarist. He had no idea he had just challenged Eddie Van Halen. Not 30 seconds to warm up, not 30 seconds to introduce yourself, not 30 seconds to tune, Richard Castellano said, his tone flat and impatient as he addressed the waiting room. "You get 30 seconds from the moment you plug in." He paused, letting that sink in while several nervous guitarists shifted in their chairs.
Alex was playing my drums, and he got better than me, so I said, "Take my damn drums, I'll play your guitar."
"And let me make one thing perfectly clear," he continued. "If you're going to play Stairway to Heaven, Eruption, Sweet Child O' Mine, or any other famous song, don't bother. I don't need to hear your version of a classic. I need originality. I need innovation. I need something that makes me stop looking at my phone." A few people laughed nervously, unsure whether he was joking. Castellano didn't smile. He pointed to the first guitarist, a young man gripping his case like a life raft. You're up 30 seconds. Go. The guitarist hurried into the studio, and the door closed behind him. The room fell into an uneasy silence as the rest of the musicians waited their turn, each one mentally rehearsing their moment. Then Castellano's eyes swept across the room again. They stopped on Eddie Van Halen. Eddie was sitting quietly in the corner, relaxed, not even holding a guitar. He had come purely to support Marcus, not to audition. Compared to the anxious young musicians around him, he looked almost out of place. Castellano tilted his head slightly. "You too, old-timer," he said with a short snort of amusement. "You auditioning? Or just waiting for someone?" Marcus immediately leaned forward. "That's not..." But Eddie gently stopped him with a small motion of his hand. "I can audition if you want," Eddie said calmly. Castellano looked him up and down. Jeans, casual jacket, early 50s. Easily the oldest person in the room by at least 2 decades. "You got a guitar?" the producer asked skeptically. "I can borrow one," Eddie replied. Castellano shrugged like it didn't matter either way. "Sure. When we get to you, you've got 30 seconds like everyone else." He gave a small, dismissive wave. "Impress me." Then he turned and disappeared back into the studio with the first guitarist. Marcus leaned closer to Eddie the moment the door shut. "Uncle Eddie, you don't have to do this," he whispered. Eddie smiled faintly. "I know," he said, "but this might be fun." For the next 2 hours, Eddie sat quietly and watched the parade of auditions unfold. One by one, the guitarists went in, 30 seconds, sometimes 40. Then either a quick "thank you next," or occasionally the slightly more encouraging, "leave your contact info with my assistant." The ratio was brutal. Maybe 1 out of every 8 players got a callback. Most of the guitarists leaned into technical fireworks. Lightning fast runs up and down the fretboard, complex chord progressions, flashy fingerwork designed to prove how skilled they were. A few tried something different. One player attempted an experimental ambient soundscape with looping effects. Another leaned heavily into blues phrasing. One young guitarist delivered a surprisingly polished jazz fusion piece that made the assistant glance up from her laptop. That one earned a callback. But most of them walked out of the studio with the same quiet disappointment. Marcus eventually went in. 5 minutes later, he came back out, shaking his head. "What happened?" Eddie asked. Marcus sighed. "He said I was good, but not distinctive. He said he's heard 1,000,000 guys who can play fast. I needed something unique." Eddie patted him gently on the shoulder. "You played well," he said. "That's what matters." Slowly, the waiting room began to empty. Cases disappeared, chairs cleared out. The nervous energy faded as musicians drifted away, some hopeful, most discouraged. Eventually, only a few guitarists remained. When the studio door opened again, Castellano stepped out looking exhausted. His jacket was off now, sleeves rolled up. He glanced at his watch and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "All right," he said. "Last few. Let's wrap this up." His eyes landed on Eddie. "The old-timer," he said, pointing. "You're up. Let's see what you got." Eddie stood, stretched slightly, and walked into the studio. Inside, the control room was impressive. A massive mixing console dominated the center, surrounded by glowing monitors and racks of equipment. Castellano sat behind the board, while his assistant typed steadily on a laptop, logging the results of each audition. A practice amp sat in the recording area. Next to it was a well-worn Fender Stratocaster plugged in and ready. "Name?" Castellano asked, not even looking up from his tablet. "Eddie Van Halen." The assistant typed the name into the database. Still no reaction. There were probably dozens of Eddie Van Halens in audition records across the country by now. Tribute musicians, coincidences, stage names. Castellano finally glanced up. "Okay, Eddie Van Halen," he said, emphasizing the name with thinly veiled sarcasm, clearly assuming it was fake or some kind of joke. He leaned back in his chair. "Here's the deal. I'm exhausted. I've been here since 6 this morning. I've heard 87 guitarists today, 87 people who all think they're about to change my life with their playing. He tapped his watch dramatically. I've said thank you next 81 times. My lunch break was 3 hours ago. So show me something in 30 seconds that justifies me staying in this chair instead of going home. He gestured toward the guitar. Starting now? Eddie stepped over to the Stratocaster and picked it up. He strummed once, listening carefully. The tuning was slightly off, unsurprising for an instrument that had been handled by dozens of players that day. With quick, precise movements, he made a tiny adjustment. Then he began to play, but he didn't launch into eruption. That would have been too obvious, too easy. Instead, Eddie played something new, an idea he had been experimenting with in his home studio. A fluid, intricate piece that blended classical fingerstyle techniques with modern tapping, sending bright cascades of harmonics spilling across the strings in ways that felt almost impossible. The sound that filled the studio was unlike anything that had come through the speakers all morning. It was melodic but aggressive, technical yet deeply emotional, the kind of playing that didn't just display skill, it told a story. Notes climbed and fell like waves, harmonics blooming in places they shouldn't logically exist, yet somehow fitting together perfectly. 5 seconds in, Richard Castellano briefly glanced up from his tablet. Then he looked back down. 10 seconds in, his eyes lifted again. This time they stayed there. The hand that had been hovering over the screen, ready to type the usual verdict, "Thank you, next," slowly froze. 20 seconds in, he quietly set the tablet down on the console. His assistant, who had been mechanically logging each audition into her laptop, stopped typing and looked up as well. At 30 seconds, the exact moment Castellano normally cut players off mid-note, he did something he hadn't done all day. He raised a hand, but instead of stopping the music, the gesture meant something else. Continue. He didn't say a word. He didn't interrupt. He simply listened. Eddie kept playing. The piece unfolded naturally, expanding beyond the short idea he had started with. He layered textures, letting the cascading tapping patterns intertwine with classical-style fingering, moving effortlessly between melody and rhythm. Each phrase revealed a new possibility of the technique, as if the guitar itself were discovering fresh territory. 2 minutes passed before Eddie gently brought the piece to a close. The final note wasn't loud. It was a soft harmonic that shimmered in the studio's controlled acoustic space, hanging in the air for a long second before fading. Silence followed. Castellano just stared at him. Finally, he spoke. "Who are you?" His voice had completely changed. The sharp impatience was gone. The sarcasm was gone. What remained was pure curiosity. "I told you," Eddie said calmly. "Eddie Van Halen." Castellano frowned slightly. "No, I mean, who are you, really? What's your actual name?" Eddie tilted his head. "That is my name?" Castellano leaned forward, studying him more closely now. "I haven't heard anyone play like that all week. Honestly, not this month, maybe not this year. That technique, that phrasing, those harmonic choices." He shook his head slowly. "Where did you study?" "Mostly self-taught," Eddie replied. "I just learned what I needed along the way." Castellano stood up from behind the console and walked closer into the studio area. For the first time that day, he wasn't evaluating someone quickly or dismissing them out of habit. He was actually looking, really looking at the man standing in front of him. "Have we met before?" he asked. "You look familiar, not like we've met, but like I've seen you somewhere." "I don't think we've met," Eddie said. Castellano nodded slowly, then gestured toward the guitar. "Play something else." His tone was still professional, but now it carried a new energy. Focus, interest. Something completely different, different style, different technique. Eddie nodded and shifted his grip on the Stratocaster. This time he slid into a blues progression, but it wasn't ordinary blues. The bends stretched into unusual intervals, notes colliding in ways that theoretically shouldn't work. Yet instead of clashing, they created a strange, haunting tension that made the melody feel alive. The phrasing was loose, expressive, almost conversational. It sounded like blues, but blues from another dimension. Castellano watched in silence. His assistant was staring now too, her fingers hovering above her keyboard without moving. Something was bothering her. Some small spark of recognition was flickering at the edge of her memory. Quietly, she picked up her phone and began searching. "One more," Castellano said when Eddie finished. Now there was something unmistakable in his voice. Not just curiosity, suspicion. "Play Eruption," he said. "The Eddie Van Halen song." Eddie smiled slightly. "I thought you said no covers." Castellano leaned back in his chair. "I changed my mind. Play it." Eddie shrugged. Then he started. The moment the opening notes rang out, the studio filled with one of the most recognizable guitar pieces ever written. Eddie played it effortlessly, the movements so natural they looked almost casual. The lightning-fast, tapping passages flowed like muscle memory, which in truth they were. He had written the piece in 1978. By now it lived inside his hands. Halfway through the iconic tapping section, Castellano's assistant suddenly gasped. She spun her laptop around toward him. On the screen was a Wikipedia page. At the top was a large photo. Eddie Van Halen. Headlines beneath it read, "Pioneer of two-hand tapping, revolutionized rock guitar, one of the greatest guitarists of all time." Castellano looked at the screen. Then he looked up at Eddie. Then back at the screen again. Same face, same person, standing 10 feet away in his studio, playing the exact song he had written. Eddie finished the piece and gently set the guitar back on its stand. For a moment, Castellano's mouth opened and closed without sound. Finally, he managed to speak. "You're the Eddie Van Halen." He pointed at the guitar as if the instrument itself might confirm it. "Not some guy named Eddie Van Halen, not a tribute act. The Eddie Van Halen, the actual person." "I mentioned that," Eddie said lightly. "No," Castellano replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "You said your name was Eddie Van Halen. I thought you were one of those guys using the name, like the kids who call themselves Hendrix or Slash." He dropped heavily back into his chair. "I just gave Eddie Van Halen 30 seconds to impress me." He rubbed his forehead. "I told Eddie Van Halen I've heard 1,000 guitarists this week and everyone thinks they're special. I asked Eddie Van Halen where he studied." His assistant covered her mouth, trying and failing not to laugh. Castellano stared at the console like it had betrayed him. "I've signed platinum acts," he muttered. "I've worked with legends. And I just treated Eddie Van Halen like he was some random guy off the street hoping for a break." Eddie chuckled softly. "To be fair," he said, glancing down at his jeans and jacket, "that's exactly what I looked like." Castellano looked up again. "Why didn't you tell me?" Eddie shrugged. "You didn't ask who I was beyond my name." Then he smiled slightly. "And honestly, I was curious what you'd say." He nodded toward the waiting room outside. "You were right about something, though. Most of those guitarists out there were playing it safe." He paused. "But the kid who played that jazz fusion piece, he was good." Eddie looked back at Castellano. "You should call him back." "I already did," Castellano said. He leaned back in his chair, still trying to process what had just happened in his own studio. "But why are you even here?" Eddie shrugged casually. "My friend's nephew," he said, clearing his throat slightly. "He was auditioning. Marcus Wilson. I came for moral support." Castellano immediately looked down at his tablet and began scrolling through the list of names from the day's auditions. Marcus Wilson, he repeated, finding the entry. Yeah, I cut him. He glanced back up, told him he was good, but not distinctive enough. Eddie nodded slowly. He is distinctive, he said calmly. He was just nervous. Auditions can be terrifying. 30 seconds in a room like this can shut down even a great player. Castellano didn't respond right away. Eddie continued. Maybe give him another shot. Let him play when he's not paralyzed with fear. The producer stared at him for a long moment, weighing the request. Then he let out a short laugh and shook his head. If Eddie Van Halen tells me a guitarist is distinctive, he said, I'm going to listen. He tapped the screen of his tablet. Marcus Wilson gets another audition. Private session. No pressure. Eddie nodded gratefully. Thank you. Castellano leaned forward again, resting his elbows on the console. Can I ask you something? He said. Sure. Why did you let me go through that entire speech out there? Castellano asked. The whole lecture about originality and innovation. You literally invented half the techniques modern rock guitarists use. And I'm standing there telling you I need to hear something new. Eddie smiled slightly. Because you weren't wrong. Castellano blinked. What? You do need to hear something new, Eddie said. The industry always needs innovation. The fact that I did something innovative 40 years ago doesn't mean innovation stops. He nodded toward the door leading back to the waiting room. That jazz fusion kid, he's innovating too in his own way. Then he paused. And Marcus could innovate as well, if you give him space to breathe instead of 30 seconds of terror. Castellano was quiet for a moment. Then he stood and extended his hand. Mr. Van Halen, he said sincerely, I apologize for the old-timer comment and for the entire condescending audition speech. He shook Eddie's hand firmly. And thank you for the lesson in humility. Stories travel fast in Los Angeles, especially in the music industry. Within hours, the story had begun circulating through studios, label offices, and late-night phone calls between producers. The A&R executive who unknowingly gave Eddie Van Halen 30 seconds to impress him quickly became a legend in his own right. Other producers called Castellano to tease him, laugh with him, and share their own embarrassing stories of not recognizing someone important. It turned out almost everyone had one. Marcus Wilson, meanwhile, got the callback Eddie had asked for. This time the audition was private. No waiting room, no stopwatch, and no pressure. And without the weight of those 30 terrifying seconds hanging over him, Marcus played the way he actually could. He got the gig. Years later, Marcus would still tell people about the day everything almost ended before it began. The day Uncle Eddie auditioned for a producer just to help me get a second chance. When Eddie Van Halen passed away in 2020, tributes flooded the music world. Among them was one from Richard Castellano. It read, In 2010, I gave Eddie Van Halen 30 seconds to impress me. I told the greatest rock guitarist of all time that I'd heard 1,000 players just like him. He responded by playing something that reminded me why I got into this business in the first place, to find moments of genuine artistry. Then he used his credibility to get a nervous kid a second audition. That's not just talent. That's grace, generosity, and humility from someone who had every right to tell me I was an idiot. Stories like this are rare in the music industry, but when they surface, they reveal something deeper than talent. They reveal character. Eddie Van Halen could have easily handled that moment very differently. He could have introduced himself the second the producer made the old-timer comment. He could have laughed, corrected him, or even walked out of the room entirely. After all, this was Eddie Van Halen, one of the most influential guitarists in music history, a man whose techniques had shaped generations of players, a musician whose riffs, solos, and innovations had already changed rock music forever. But Eddie didn't do any of that. Instead, he stayed quiet. He let the situation unfold naturally. He listened to the speech about originality and innovation without interrupting. And when it was his turn, he simply picked up the guitar and played. No ego, no announcements, no need to prove who he was, just music, and that might be the most powerful part of the entire story. Even after decades of fame, awards, sold-out arenas, and legendary status, Eddie still believed the music should speak first, not the reputation, not the resume, just the sound coming out of the amplifier. What makes the story even more meaningful is what happened afterward. Eddie didn't use the moment to elevate himself. He used it to help someone else. A nervous young guitarist who almost lost a career opportunity because of a high-pressure audition format. Instead of leaving with a good laugh and a funny story, Eddie made sure Marcus got another chance. And that second chance changed everything. In an industry that can often feel cold, competitive, and brutally fast-moving, that small act of generosity meant more than any technical display of guitar mastery ever could. It showed that true legends don't just inspire people with their talent, they lift others up along the way. That's why, even years later, this story continues to circulate among musicians, producers, and fans alike. Not because Eddie embarrassed a producer or proved a point, but because he demonstrated something far more valuable: humility, grace, and the quiet confidence of someone who already knows exactly who they are. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like the video, leave a comment below, and tell us what you think. Have you ever heard another unbelievable Eddie Van Halen story like this one? We'd love to read it. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next deep dive into the untold moments behind music legends. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
It just didn't, like, they were drinking hard too. I mean, wasn't like, it's not appealing when you're 8 months pregnant, kind of.
What if I told you that one of the most electric female voices on MTV in 1984 didn't crash and burn? She walked away on her own. The woman behind the biggest power anthem of that summer didn't lose her spotlight to drugs, didn't lose it to a shady contract, didn't get pushed out by some greasy manager. She handed it back herself. Platinum album, one of the most played videos on MTV. Eddie Van Halen literally called her up asking her to replace David Lee Roth. And she said no. This is how the warrior who shot through the walls of heartache ended up saying goodbye to you for nearly 3 decades. Patti Smith grew up in Brooklyn, raised in a world that was anything but normal. Her mom was a former trapeze artist turned nightclub owner who even managed Link Wray. Yes, the legend behind Rumble, the same track that inspired Jimmy Page to pick up a guitar and make it loud. That's serious rock history. Her dad worked construction, and her parents split early on. Life wasn't soft or polished. By 12, Patti had already been arrested twice. Once for talking back to a cop, and once for hanging around the wrong crowd trying to score drugs. This wasn't some label-built pop princess story. This was a street kid who saw the back of a police car before she ever saw a recording studio. At 15, she played her first gig at Folk City in Greenwich Village, a tiny, gritty room where Bob Dylan once stood with a guitar and a dream. No fancy lights, no glitter, just raw sound and nerve. Fast forward to 1981 when guitarist Zach Smith started putting together a band in New York and found Patti. He brought in bassist Ivan Elias, keyboardist Benji King, drummer Frankie LaRocca, and guitarist Keith Mack. They called themselves Scandal, and the name fit. In 1982, they walked into Columbia Records and dropped a self-titled EP that went on to become the best-selling EP in Columbia Records history. The breakout track, Goodbye to You, written by Zach Smith.
Were you really asked to basically replace David Lee Roth after he left Van Halen?
I was, several.
Now here's where it gets wild. On paper, it looked like a flop. The song peaked at number 65 on the Billboard Hot 100. Radio barely gave it a shot, but MTV couldn't get enough. They played that video non-stop until the tape practically wore out. And this is where things get interesting. Back in that era, radio stations acted like gatekeepers. If they didn't approve, you were invisible. But MTV was hungry for bold faces and big energy, and Patti delivered. When you saw Patti Smith in that red dress jumping around like she was possessed by pure rock spirit, belting Goodbye to You like she was about to set the mic on fire, you didn't touch that remote. She wasn't just singing, she was exploding off the screen. And let's be real, that song hits you with this rush of pure joy. It's upbeat, it's bold, it sticks in your head for days. For a whole generation, that track felt like freedom blasting through a TV set. MTV made Scandal famous before most radio programmers even knew how to spell their name. Columbia Records saw the buzz and wanted a full album fast. And here's a cool little twist. Before Scandal even recorded it, a young musician named John Bon Jovi showed up in their 1983 video for Love's Got a Line on You, playing guitar. Yep, that John Bon Jovi. Talk about being around greatness before it blew up. The video actually had a couple different edits floating around because we're talking about the demo version at first. And that demo, it had this gritty late 70s edge to it. Raw, almost garage style. Way different from the slick radio-polished sound it ended up with later. You can hear the evolution clear as day. And yeah, that's John Bon Jovi in the early clip. Just a young guy sweeping floors at the power station studio because his cousin Tony co-owned the place. No spotlight yet, no screaming arenas. Just a kid with a broom and big dreams. Then he bounced, started his own band, and you already know how that turned out.
Graduated high school and was living in this room, and he was always in there with his girlfriend. I was always walking in on them, now his wife, but I mean, it's kind of funny that, and they do have like 18 kids now, but.
By 1984, Scandal came back swinging with the album Warrior. The title track, The Warrior, written by Holly Knight and Nick Gilder, was an absolute wrecking ball. It smashed its way to number 7 on the Billboard Hot 100, hit number 1 on the mainstream rock chart, and even topped the charts in Canada. The album climbed to number 17 on the Billboard 200, stuck around for 41 weeks, and went platinum. That's not luck, that's impact. But behind the scenes, not so glamorous. Columbia Records pushed Patti into a concept video she never wanted to make. When she finally saw the finished cut, she begged them not to release it. She later said she had no clue it would look like some off-Broadway version of Cats. But the label dropped it anyway. And guess what? It became one of the most played videos on MTV that year. The executives felt vindicated. Patti, she hated every second of it. Imagine being the face of something huge and cringing every time it comes on TV. Now picture this. Patti Smith, 27 years old, standing dead center in the MTV spotlight, belting out, Shooting at the Walls of Heartache, Bang Bang, while the whole country shouts it back at their screens. A Brooklyn kid who got arrested at 12 was now blasting through speakers in living rooms across America. That's a glow-up nobody saw coming. But inside the band, things were cracking. Scandal was Zach Smith's creation. He built it from the ground up. He wrote the breakthrough hit. He handpicked the members. This was his blueprint. But when MTV rolled the cameras, they didn't focus on Zach. They zoomed in on Patti, the leather jacket, the attitude, the snarl. She had the look that jumped off the screen. And soon the label made it official. It wasn't just Scandal anymore. It was Scandal featuring Patti Smith. That's a big shift. Now imagine being Zach, watching your name shrink while the singer you brought in gets bigger every week. That tension, it's an old story in 80s rock. Fame has a way of picking favorites. Then the lineup started falling apart. Frankie LaRocca was out before the Warrior sessions even kicked off. Tommy Price stepped in on drums. Midway through recording, Tommy got an offer from Billy Idol. Bigger platform, better pay. And Billy even offered him a cut of record sales, something Scandal wasn't putting on the table. So Tommy packed up and rolled out. Business is business. Patti Smith had to step in and finish the last 2 tracks. And she admitted later that once Tommy left, something shifted. The glue holding it together was gone. By the time the Warrior Tour wrapped up in late '84, the band was basically stripped down to the frame. Zach Smith had already exited. Most of the original crew was gone. Only Patty and Keith Mack were left standing. Patty later said straight up that she and Zach never clicked. Oil and water, that's how she described it. So the founder, the songwriter, the architect of the whole thing was out. And the front woman he discovered couldn't even stand being in the same lane with him. So by 1985, Scandal was done. 1 EP, 1 full-length album, 2 charting singles, 1 platinum record already collecting dust. Boom, over. The entire rise and fall of Scandal could fit inside the time it takes a parking meter to expire. Fast fame, fast fallout, gone just like that. But this is where the story takes a sharp left turn. In 1985, David Lee Roth walked away from Van Halen. The biggest hard rock band on the planet suddenly needed a new front person. And Eddie Van Halen didn't call Sammy Hagar first. He called Patti Smith. This wasn't some casual hey maybe conversation. Eddie was serious, dead serious. He reached out more than once. Van Halen had just crushed the massive 1984 tour, sold out arenas, a monster album. They were untouchable. And he wanted Patti standing at center stage. But here's the twist. Patti was 8 months pregnant. She had married Richard Hell, the punk rocker from television and the Voidoids. Her life wasn't about late-night chaos anymore. She didn't drink. Van Halen partied hard. She was Brooklyn to her core. Van Halen was pure Los Angeles energy. She didn't want to move across the country. She didn't want to raise a newborn inside a band known for wild behavior and constant tension. That wasn't the vibe she wanted around her child. Eddie finally told her, "Hey, I need a yes or no so we can move on."
I just didn't see moving my whole life to LA, and I was, only been married for a little while, and
No pressure, right? And she gave him the no. Now here's the part that makes it even crazier. Eddie asked her not to tell anyone. He didn't want Sammy knowing he wasn't the first choice, so she kept it quiet for years. Eddie moved on, called Sammy Hagar, and Sammy said yes. The Van Hagar era exploded. Multi-platinum albums, stadium tours, massive hits. But just imagine for a second the Van Smythe era. That would have been a totally different sound. Hard rock with that fierce, sharp New York edge. It's wild to think about how the band might have shifted with her voice leading the charge. Rock fans still debate this like it's a lost alternate timeline. Meanwhile, Sammy Hagar became one of the most famous rock singers on the planet because a pregnant woman in Brooklyn said, "No thanks." And here's the part that stings. Patti later admitted she regretted turning it down. She watched them climb right back to the top of the mountain. The money, the fame, the global spotlight. That opportunity had her name on it, and she let it pass. That kind of what if can stick in your head like a splinter you can't pull out. So instead of joining Van Halen, Patti went solo. In 1987, Columbia released her debut solo album, Never Enough. But here's another label move that didn't sit right with her. Columbia pushed it out as a Patti Smith solo record. Patti wanted it tied to the Scandal name. She was overruled. Again. The album got decent reviews. A couple minor singles made some noise. But compared to Warrior, it barely made a ripple. The truth hit hard. A Scandal album without the full Scandal machine just didn't carry the same weight. The buzz wasn't there. Then her marriage to Richard Hell fell apart. Divorced by 1987. Now she's a single mom with a baby daughter. A solo album that didn't take off, no band, and the memory of turning down Van Halen playing on repeat in her mind. That's a heavy load for anyone. But quitting? That wasn't her style. She switched to MCA Records and came back in 1992 with a self-titled album. And this time she had backup, a duet called Sometimes Love Just Ain't Enough, featuring Don Henley. The song shot up to number 2 on the Billboard Hot 100, hit number 1 in Canada, and went gold. It was everywhere. Radio couldn't ignore it. He's notorious, no doubt about it. But here's the thing. Patty had already worked with Don Henley on his solo albums Building the Perfect Beast and The End of the Innocents. The chemistry wasn't random. It was tested, proven, solid. So when they teamed up for Sometimes Love Just Ain't Enough, it clicked fast. The track earned her a Grammy nomination for Best Pop Performance by a duo or group. That's serious recognition. Then in 1994, she co-wrote Look What Love Has Done for the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Junior. And just like that, boom, she lands an Academy Award nomination for Best Original Song, not from a rock anthem, not from a stadium tour, from a movie soundtrack contribution. Even her wins came in the most unexpected ways. On paper, her solo career was moving smoothly. Hits, nominations, respect. But she didn't slam her foot on the gas. Instead, life shifted again. In 1993, she met tennis legend John McEnroe at a Christmas party. They started dating. By 1997, they secretly got married in Hawaii. And here's the slick part. They planned the ceremony on the same night as the Oscars so the press would be distracted. That's a smart move. No circus, no headlines, just quiet vows. And then Patti Smith, platinum artist, Grammy nominee, Oscar nominee, stepped away from music. Not because she had to, because she chose to. She focused on family. She and McEnroe built a blended household with 6 kids. And for 28 years, she didn't release another album of original material. 28 years. That's not a break. That's a full reset. While the industry kept spinning, she stayed out of the noise. Meanwhile, the rest of Scandal's story took a heavier turn. Bassist Ivan Elias passed away from lymphoma in June 1995. He was in his early 40s. Original drummer Frankie LaRocca developed cardiomyopathy and died on May 12, 2005, from pneumonia following surgery to implant a defibrillator. He was 51. Keyboardist Benji King died in September 2012 after a fall down a flight of stairs. He was 58. 3 of the 6 original members were gone. Tommy Price, the drummer who left during the Warrior sessions for a bigger opportunity, went on to play with Joan Jett and the Blackhearts for decades. He passed away in October 2025 at 68. Zach Smith, the founder, the architect, the man who wrote Goodbye to You, the one Patty once described as oil and water with her, reunited with the band for VH1's Bands Reunited in 2004. They played several East Coast shows, including a night at Irving Plaza in New York in February 2005. By 2007, Zach had stepped away again. Time moved on. People moved on. Some chapters closed for good. And Patty? She built a different kind of life. She and McEnroe settled into a $21 million oceanfront estate in Malibu's Paradise Cove. Their combined net worth reportedly sits around $100 million, with significant real estate holdings. Financially, things worked out just fine. The woman who turned down Van Halen didn't end up struggling, not even close. But the real move wasn't about money, it was about privacy. No reality shows, no constant tabloid drama, no public meltdowns. She once said she had a gut feeling that if she kept her marriage quiet, it might actually last. No spotlight pressure, no media circus, just real life. And nearly 30 years later, she proved that instinct right. Finally, in 2020, she stepped back into the studio and released It's About Time. Recorded at Blackbird Studio in Nashville and produced by Dan Huff, the album featured 6 original songs and 2 covers. Critics respected it. Sales were modest. No massive arena comeback, no giant media blitz. But that wasn't the point. The Warrior didn't fall. She didn't get pushed out. She didn't crash. She stepped off the battlefield before the chaos swallowed everything around her. While the music world burned through egos, contracts, and headlines, she chose timing, family, and control. By the time the 2020s rolled in, the music world looked nothing like the one Patti Smith had stepped away from. MTV barely played videos. Rock radio wasn't king anymore. Streaming ruled everything. But here's the twist. Her voice, it still had that same bite. When It's About Time dropped in 2020, it wasn't about chasing charts. It wasn't about competing with pop trends or viral hits. It was about unfinished business. You could hear it in the tone. The grit was still there. The Brooklyn edge never left. Decades may have passed, but that fire didn't cool off. She did interviews around the release and spoke openly about aging in rock. No pretending, no fake image, just honesty. She talked about how women in rock don't always get the same long runway as men. How the industry can quietly push them aside once they're not 25 anymore. And she said it without bitterness, just facts. That kind of straight talk hits different. Live shows followed, smaller venues, intimate crowds. Not stadiums, not arena tours, but something else happened instead. Connection. Fans who grew up blasting The Warrior brought their kids. 3 generations in one room singing Bang Bang. That's legacy energy. And here's something wild. The what if about Van Halen never really died. Interviews kept circling back to it. Would she have changed the band's direction? Would the sound have leaned heavier, more melodic, more New York grit? She admitted again that part of her wondered how life would have looked if she'd said yes. But she also made it clear she chose her child. She chose stability, and she stands by that. That kind of decision doesn't always look flashy in rock history books. It doesn't come with platinum plaques, but it lasts. Over the years, she and McEnroe kept their world tight. No oversharing, no reality TV spin-offs, just a long marriage in an industry where long marriages are rare. And that might be the most rebellious move of all. Meanwhile, The Warrior never faded. Commercials used it. Sports arenas blasted it. TV shows brought it back. Every time that opening chant kicks in, people know exactly what's coming. That's the kind of song you don't outrun. It follows you, in a good way. And maybe that's the real headline here. Patti Smith didn't disappear. She just refused to let the industry decide her worth. She had the hits. She had the offers. She had the chaos right at her doorstep. And when the moment came to gamble everything for more fame, she stepped back. Not many artists walk away at the peak. Even fewer come back on their own terms. So when people ask what happened to the Warrior, the answer isn't dramatic. She didn't fall, she didn't fade. She chose her battles carefully, and she's still standing. Here's the part people don't always talk about. Legacy doesn't always look loud. Sometimes it moves quiet, steady, and unshaken. As the years kept rolling, Patti Smith's catalog found a second life. Streaming platforms introduced The Warrior and Goodbye to You to listeners who weren't even born when those songs first exploded on MTV. And guess what? The reaction was the same. That hook still lands. That chorus still punches. Great songs don't expire. You started seeing her name pop up in unexpected places. TV syncs, movie throwbacks, playlists celebrating women in rock. And every time her voice cut through the speakers, it reminded people that the 80s weren't just hairspray and neon. There was real power there. She also became more vocal about protecting artists' rights. Having lived through label battles,